traveling home again. It's getting really late. Should I stop? Take a break? I'll just keep on trying. Sun comes up on another day, imagining your tired but smiling face. Not long now till I reach your doorstep. I keep on moving down the line, trying just to take my time, 'cause you need me safe at home. But silence always lay behind the door. Feels so good to see you standing there, patiently as I reach your doorstep. Your loving arms are open wide, while the golden light still burns inside. I'm so glad I traveled home again, and I will always travel home, 'cause you keep me traveling home. And I hope you are fine. Just a change in your tune. And I hope you did not find no fire in your brew. Wendy, if you pass by, give my window a wave. And if you've had a change of mind, let me know you're okay, Wendy, now.
the regional stations. Stand by for broadcast as we get ready for this game. We're coming to you in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, good afternoon, and this is, of course, the decider. West Indies versus Pakistan at Central Broad Regional Park. The series squared at 1-1, and tonight will be the decider. It's now 4 minutes to 8, and at 8 o'clock, the bell will ring and the battle will start. Will it be the men from the east, or will it be the men from the west? At the moment, the crowd building up. I will say both teams have their support here. Pakistan has good support. West Indies probably has a little more support. It's been seen as one of their home venues over the last few years. And the news at the toss is that Pakistan, as has been for the entire series so far, they have won the toss. They've decided to bat. They've made 2 changes to their 11. Let me go across and say a very good night to Liam Amchan. And I think he has the changes.
And good night to you, Vinod. Good night to all of our listeners around the world. And there are 2 changes for Pakistan. And that is surprising changes. Well, Fakhar Zaman has been forced out of the series and he's not going to be available for the ODIs now with a hamstring injury. So he's out. And in for him is Kutzil Shah. And with a bit more surprising is that Shaheen Shah Afridi in a series decider at the toss, Salman Agha said that he's been rested. And in comes Haris Rauf.
I can't understand that he's been arrested. I've been looking at Shaheen Shah Afridi right before us downstairs, and he's not looking to be a happy camper. So I don't think that he's very happy that he's not playing in this decider. Big players want to play in matches that matter. This is a decider. This is where they fight for the trophy. Will the West Indies be able, with all their recent troubles, will they be able to lift the trophy? It will do a lot for not only the team but the people of the Caribbean that has been clamoring for some sort of success. You know, last night it was emotional when 12 groundsmen, all clad in blue, went out there after the game. Before they covered the pitch, they all hugged and was jumping up and down in celebration of that West Indies win. The people of the Caribbean, they just want to win. They love their team, and I think last night what Jason Holder did, that statesman of West Indies cricket, I think a number of people will be glued to their radios tonight, they'll be glued to their televisions, and they're here at the ground to see what will happen. We're going to start with Akil Hussain. Had a brilliant game last night, 1 for 18 of his 4, and he is going to take up the attack from the northern end. Here is Hussain. He comes in now to Farhan, and a delivery just outside the off stump, gripping a bit, spinning, turning a bit, pushed away to cover, and there is no run. Just to quickly go through the field, there is a slip in the Share Hope, a backward point. Ruston Chase, he owns that point. Squarish cover in the Gudakesh Moti. There is a cover, of course, and long off on the offside. On the onside, there's a mid-on, short mid-wicket, square leg, and a short backward square, and one man on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Here is Hussain. He's in again, bowls. That's the arm ball, and Farhan can't get it away, pushes it away to cover.
There was a lot of speculation about what the West Indies were going to do in terms of their 11. There's obviously Matthew Ford on the bench, Johnson Charles, but they have decided to go unchanged. At the moment, though, I'm seeing Matthew Ford on the field, so I'm not sure who exactly is off. I'll just have to wait a minute just to see.
So here is Hussain. He's in now on bowls. Delivery pitched up and it's pushed down the ground. A check drive there by Farhan. He's off the mark and it's 1 without loss. It brings Saim Ayub into strike.
Yeah, so Saim Ayub obviously got out early yesterday, but he was the main difference in match number 1, scoring a half century, picked up 2 wickets as well. And I think, you know, the move to get Jason Holder in with the new ball and get that ball moving away from Ayub worked well. And I think from then on, it was always going to be catch-up for Pakistan.
He has been their main man, Saim Ayub. So it's going to be Hussain again. Yeah, he goes past the umpire now, bowls a bit too straight, worked away nicely to the left of mid-on, and that's a single that gets Saim Ayub off and running. So as Liam was saying earlier on, 2 changes for the Pakistani team, and we are seeing Haris Rauf, he's back. He has replaced Shaheen Shah Afridi, and the injured Fakhar Zaman is out, and Kushdil Shah comes in to replace him. The West Indies playing unchanged, as here is Hussein. They've made a good start in this opening over the West Indies. He's in on bowls, another arm ball, right back, played right back to him, and there is no run. He bowled out with some pace.
Yeah, once again, Akil Hussein showing his class with the new ball in the power play. It's something that we've seen the West Indies stray away from in the past couple of games where they lost. He came back into his rightful opening the bowling position, and they won the game. This is what he does well. Starts them very well.
Here he is. Hussein, he's in and bowls, this time driving through straight to cover, and there is no runs. Moti finds himself in position. End of an excellent opening over there from Akil Hussein. That last delivery, you could actually see it drifting in to Farhan, and it's the end of the over. 2 without loss. That's the latest score at the Central Broad Regional Park.
Yeah, brilliant start once again from Akil Hussein, and this is where he shines. This is where he's at his best. He's not usually as good outside of the power play. When he starts with the new ball, he gets that ball talking very early, and he has started well once again. And I think Shea Hope at the toss spoke about starting well with the ball and with the bat. They started well in the first T20 with the bat in hand, struggled yesterday, but I've got to say on both occasions they started well with the ball. And it's going to be Jason Holder to take things up from the broadcast end. Last night's hero.
Yep. Towering over the side screen. He had the moment from our vantage position. Here is Jason Holder. Runs away from us now. Goes past and past Bassarat. And that's a good delivery. Just angling across the left-handed Ayub. He works it away down behind square for 1. The score goes on to 3 without loss.
Jason Holder is now the leading wicket taker for the West Indies in T20 internationals, overpassing what would have been one of his idols, and someone who he said he came up under, someone who he learned a lot from, and that is the champion DJ Bravo. So he's now 3 wickets clear. And another thing to note is that Akil Hussein is right around the corner in the 3rd position. He's got 73 wickets now, and he's just about 6 wickets away from passing Dwayne Bravo. And I don't think he'll do it in this game, but if he does, it'll be a good thing for the West Indies.
And definitely so. I think good old Shepherd is up there as well. Here is Holder. Leans forward, goes past the umpire now, bowls. That's a delivery that's pushed away by Farhan. There's a chance for a run out, and not collecting nicely there was Alec Atenes, and they get a single. So Farhan showing some urgency there.
Yeah, Atenes usually a better fielder than that, running in at mid-on and just not picking up the ball cleanly. And another thing to note is that he was off the field. Atenes was the man that came onto the field late. Matthew Ford would have fielded in that first over, and now a change in the field.
Well, that would help his confidence. The captain has removed him, put him to field at the squarish cover, and he himself has now gone into that position at mid-off. Here's Holder up to the wicket now, bowls, and this is a drive, and the Holder coming from 6 feet 8 was down in a flash to collect that, and there is no run. That was well struck there by Saim Ayub.
And that's what makes it a much better stop from Jason Holder, because he is a tall man, as you mentioned. He got down very quickly. That ball was hit with some good power. A big good start once more from the West Indies. It's just 4 without loss into the second over.
Very rhythmic approach. Here he is, Holder. Up to the wicket now, bowls, and this is slashed away down to point. Roston Chase is there, and there is no run. So, very good start again by the West Indies opening bowlers.
Yeah, and these two started the destruction yesterday. They were the two that kick-started the game and put the West Indies in front early. And they're getting a similar start here. Just 2 runs of this Jason Holder over so far with 2 deliveries to go.
He is again Holder. The Ayub, he drives, and this time it beats Chase at point, goes down to a wide state man, and they're going to come back for 2. So a bit short on that occasion. He had the option of playing it a bit later to get it away from Chase. And that's 2 more. Score goes on to 6 without loss. This is over number 2, and you're listening to international cricket on the Freedom 106.5 FM, the Guardian Media of course, Guardian Media bringing you international cricket. And we're here at Central Broad Regional Park.
So just one delivery to go now in the second over. Jason Holder after a good start, 4 runs conceded. And no wicket just yet for the West Indies.
Yeah, his holder is up to the wicket again, bowls, and this time that's given room. He was able to play it away down to the sweeper, and that's one more. So it was short and wide, a bad delivery to end with, but he got away with it. And at the end of 2, the latest score, 7 without loss. Pakistan winning the toss and batting.
Yeah, good stuff from the West Indian opener, Saim Ayub. He's on to 5 now of 6 deliveries. Farhan on the other side, 2 of 6. He faced the entirety of that first over from Akil Hussain. And now Hussain is going to continue. Saim Ayub is on strike after getting that single of the last delivery. And Hussain is going to be operating with a deep square leg and a deep mid wicket. And he's going to look to bowl at the stumps to Saim Ayub and maybe get 1 or 2 to just angle away from him.
So it's going to be Hussain from the northern end. He's been in some form with the ball. Breaks into his run, then walks up to the wicket now, bowls. Ayub goes deep into his crease, gets it to mid-wicket. And there is 1 run. Score goes on to 8, fielded there by Gudakesh Moti.
Yeah, Moti himself would want to get his grip on this game early. And after last night, he started off quite poorly. 3 overs for 30-odd, 36 I believe. And then his last over is when he really came into the game. Picked up 2 wickets back-to-back, just conceding 3 runs. And then had an important 28 of just 20 balls with the bat.
I think his confidence got a shot in the arm last night as well. This time he's pulling away and pulling. Does it have the legs? Yes, it does. That's the first 6. There was Farhan pulling away. Hussain saw that and followed him. Now, normally, pulling away, he went so deep that I thought Hussain's a better option for Hussain would have been to push it wide.
Yeah, I think so. And the length is what was key there for Farhan. He was able to get underneath it quite easily, despite Akil Hussain following him. He got across so deep that it ended up being exactly the slot ball that he wanted, and he was able to hit that one over mid-wicket. Rutherford out there thought he was in the game, but it sailed over his head, and that's the first boundary of the Pakistan innings, 14 without loss.
There's Akil Hussain again from the far end. He's pulling away. This time, an under edge. He could have gotten bowled there. He was pulling away. Hussain kept his line, and they took the under edge, went down to a short short fine leg, for 1, and that takes the score to 15 without loss.
And just inches away from the first wicket of this encounter for Akil Hussain. And you could have seen from his reaction that he could not believe that missed the stumps.
So there's a change now in the field for Saim Ayub as the backward square goes right back on the boundary. Here's Hussain. So the Ayub again. Ayub going deep in his crease, getting it to the left of mid-on. A lovely bit of work down there. And it's cut down to 1.
Right, yeah,
Kati, a wonderful fielder. 16 now without loss.
He has definitely saved a run for his team. Casey Carty is usually a top fielder. I thought he was not used in the hot spot positions where they needed him last night, but it didn't really affect them too much. They restricted Pakistan obviously to 133 for 9 in the 20 overs.
Yeah, here's again Hussain. He comes in and bowls, and that's a flatter, faster delivery. Punched away there by Farhan, making room again. It goes up to mid-off, and there is no run. This is the 3rd over. Remember, Pakistan won the toss. We're playing on the same track that we used for the first 2 games here at Central Broad. And it's expected to play a little slower tonight. No evidence of that just yet. Here he is now, Hussain bowls. He's backing away again. Farhan gets it to cover. And there is no run. So, it's the end of over number 3. At the end of 3, Pakistan winning the toss and batting at Central Broad at 16 without loss.
Yeah, good finish to the over from Akil Hussein after being hit for 6. He came back well at the end of it. Just 9 runs off it and 2 dot deliveries in that. I think Holder's going to continue here, but Farhan is seeming to get a bit frustrated because those last 2 deliveries, he's showing his stumps. He's showing Akil Hussein all 3 stumps, trying to give himself room to hit into the offside. And Hussein deciding that on this occasion, instead of following him, he's looking to continue bowling at the stumps. If you miss, I hit. And Farhan picking out the fielders. So he's getting a bit frustrated. He tossed his bat in the air and caught it in the last delivery of that over. And the West Indies could be looking... In fact, Holder has now decided they're going to go rust and chase. And I think this is a good move. Chase, maybe underused a bit last night. Picked up just 4 runs in his first over and the wicket. Got the big wicket of Fakhar Zaman. And
he did come back for 1 after as well. So
yeah, he came back and bowled 1 in the death. And bowled pretty well. Bowled a good plan. So he's a smart bowler. He's a very smart cricketer, Ruston Chase. And he has been brought in to probably try to get rid of Ayub early. 3 overs down, 16 without loss. The West Indies would feel like they're on top at the moment.
So here's Chase from the media centre end. Tosses the ball from hand to hand. He goes in on bowls to Ayub. Ayub is sweeping and sweeping well. Runs here for him. They take 1. He touches down and goes back easily for 2. So that takes the score now onto 18 without loss. A point to consider. Shaheen Shah Afridi, it was said at the toss that they're giving him a chance to rest. But at the end of every over, he's running at pace to deliver water or gloves. So I don't think that's a rest.
So here is Chase.
Chase, number 10 on his back. He's in on bowls. Outside the off stump, pushed away. A lovely bit of fielding. Flying to his left, and that's the Ali Cartanese that we know. He saves a certain 2 there, and the score remains 18 without loss.
And what that does for Ali Cartanese is it lifts him. It gets him into the game. His confidence is there after something so spectacular, and that could only do good for him and the West Indies.
Chase, round the wicket. He comes in again and bowls, driving. Is Ayub straight back to Chase, and there is no run. So 3 deliveries in the over so far, just 2 runs scored.
And what Chase is doing well, he's bowling at a very good pace, not too fast where they can get their hands through the ball.
He's again, slows it up, pushed down the ground. Big Jason Holder is there, and that's 1 more. 19 without loss now, Pakistan. I think the only thing the West Indies would want at this point in time is probably a breakthrough, just to get a wicket.
Yeah, wicket here will do them well as Chase is going to go over the wicket now to the right-hander. We've got Shaman Joseph out at deep backward square and a deep mid-wicket. So Chase is going to bowl straight here. And he has to be careful because Farhan loves to hit over mid-wicket.
There's Chase. He's in again and bowls. Quicker delivery. Oh, that's well fielded. Pushed out on the onside of the track. Chase was down in a flash. Another tall man. And there is no run.
So just 1 delivery to go in the 4th over and 3 runs off it thus far. Chase starting well once more.
Yeah, he is. Chase. He's in a bowls and this time he's down the track. That struck away for 6. Using his feet beautifully there was Farhan. He has been the man doing the heavy lifting early on, and it's the end of the over, the end of 4. It's 25 without loss.
Yeah, and it was just a matter of time before Farhan tried to throw Chase off of his length. He's not the type of batsman to sit around and wait for something to happen. He's going to make things happen. And on this occasion, using his feet well, came down the track and towered that one over long on. Jason Holder was up in the circle, and it was always a safe shot. So 25 without loss. Farhan, he's on to 15 of 12 deliveries with 2 sixes. Saim Ayub on the other end, 10 of 12. And Pakistan 25 without loss after 4. And Akil Hussein is set to continue from the far end. And they're in a situation now where a breakthrough is very much vital.
Yeah, especially that of Farhan. They don't want to get rid of him. He has been doing the early charge. Trying to get amongst them. Here's Hussein again from the far end. He's in and bowls and down the track. Hoiking this away. Mid-on was up into the boundary, and that's 4. 29 now without loss. The Pakistani fans there to the left of us, they are really supporting their team now.
Yeah, and that last delivery of Ruston Chase is over, just sparking something it seems, because now Saim Ayub has decided he's going to use his feet as well. Came down the track to Hussein and a very similar shot. Not great connection from Ayub, but enough to get it over Hope at mid-on and into the boundary for 4. So Ayub joining the party now. He's on 14. Farhan on the other end on 15.
So here he is now. Hussein from the far end. Let's see how he approaches it. He's back, quicker delivery, looking to pull, goes down to short backward square, where Chase is, and there is no run. The score remains 29 without loss. This is over number 5. Still, Pakistan has, although they're now hitting some 4s and some 6s, they haven't really gotten away, and that's good news for the West Indies.
Yeah, for the West Indies, they're not off to a flyer, and the one thing that they would be hoping for is a wicket in this power play, or maybe even 2.
There's Hussein. He comes in again and bowls, and this time it's badly lined, down to Chase again, and this time they get a single. And let's see, no signal there from the umpire, so that's probably glove. 30 without loss. This is over number 5 in progress.
And so Hussein is now bowling to Farhan, 15 apiece for the openers. A much better start from yesterday, where they were 20 odd for 3 after the power play, 28 for 3.
Yeah, here's Hussein. He's backing away. Farhan hits it hard along the track, back to Hussein, and there is no run. So let's have a look at the field. There's a short third man, the point, squarish cover, mid-off. The one is sweeping on the offside, and on the on you have long on. There's a mid-on, short backward square, and a man protecting the mid-wicket boundary.
Yeah, so just so Farhan come down the track and have a word with Ayub. Ayub is letting him know that Akil Hussein is going to get the ball to skid through, so be careful.
Yeah, Hussein, he's in now. He's looking to reverse sweep. He does it well, and that's 4. It goes over the head of Chase, who's a short third man, and into the boundary for 4. You really can't set a field for that. The score goes on now to 34 without loss.
Yeah, and the Pakistanis have played that shot quite well. It's something we mentioned yesterday on commentary, that when Akil Hussein and Ruston Chase were bowling, and even Moti, the Pakistanis were not using the sweep and the dabs or the late cuts enough. And that big improvement on that thus far today. It's now 34 without loss, 1 delivery to go into 5th.
Well, Coach Hesson would have had a word with them coming into tonight's play after what he saw last night. But it's Hussein. Breaks into his run now, comes in and bowls, and this is played away back along the track on the onside. Good delivery, yes, taking his hands away from him there. And that takes the score on to 35 without loss. It's the end of over number 5. And that's the latest score at Central Broad Regional Park.
Yeah, definitely not a bad start for Akil Hussein. 3 overs for 21. And that last over costing him just about 10 runs. So a bit expensive for his liking. His last 2 overs going for 19 after a really good first over. But he is not going to take that on too much, because, as we keep saying, Pakistan are doing well, but they're not off to a flyer at 35 without loss after 5.
Well, speaking about looking for wickets, who do you turn to? And that man, Shamar Joseph, the man from Baracara in Guyana. He is on now to bowl the last of the power play at the same point he came in yesterday. And here he is now. He's going to take up the attack from the media center end. And he's going to bowl to Farhan. Farhan has batted very well so far. He's on 20. Saim Ayub is on 15. And both of these guys have faced just 15 deliveries apiece. Here is Shamar Joseph. Runs away from us now. It's up to the wicket and bowls. And this time it's in the air. Running back is Shepherd. He would not get to it. It bounces and goes close to the boundary there at long on, and they go back for 2. So that's 37 without loss. Not in control there, Farhan, and he gets 2. A delivery where he was looking to use the pace and go right back over his head, and the Shepherd was at mid-on. There may be consideration by Hope now to push Shepherd right back on the long on boundary. They are having a discussion, and they've decided against it. So Shepherd goes back to mid-on. And here is Shamal Joseph again, running away from us. The score 37 without loss. Over number 6. He's in. And it's just pulled away. Again, not getting total control of it. Shepherd runs it down and flicks it back to Jason Holder. Another 2. So the score 39 without loss now. And Farhan goes to 24. So they seems to have made a concerted effort in trying to attack this young man, Joseph. So 39 without loss. The first delivery came straight down the ground. The second one, he went over mid-on. And here he is now, Joseph bowls to Farhan. He gets deep into his crease, clips it down to mid-wicket. And there is just a single. So the score goes on now to 40 without loss.
Shamal Joseph is Mr. Make Something Happen. And he is definitely going to be expected to get a breakthrough here by the skipper, Shea Hope. He knows that Joseph is the type of player that, he's always going to give you the opportunity to take a wicket. And when that chance comes, the West Indies have to be ready. They got off to a fly-off a start with the ball yesterday. Not as good today, which means the middle overs have to be better.
Yeah, definitely. So here is Joseph running away from us. Number 70 on his back, up to the wicket now. He bowls, and this is a delivery that comes back in to Ayub. He plays it to short third man, and he gets a single. 41 without loss.
So there's 2 deliveries now in this over left. 6 of it already. Joseph would want to come out going for anything under 8, and ideally, as we keep mentioning, a wicket, because this partnership is built nicely now to 41. With Ayub on 16, around about 16, and Sahib Zara Farhan, a much better start today, 25 of 18.
Joseph into him now. He's back and pulling fiercely for 6. The shot of the match. That was back of a length, angled into him. It came at pace, but his bat speed was tremendous there in dispatching that over square leg for 6. That went like a tracer bullet, not far off the ground, but it kept going.
Yeah, he gave himself some room, took a step back, and was able to read Shamal Joseph quite well. Pulled it all the way over mid-wicket for 6, and it went to the boundary, as you said, in a very quick time. And the man out there said he was never really in the game. It was flat, it was hard, and it's another 6 for Farhan. He's on to 31, 47 without loss.
47 without loss. Here he is again. Joseph is in, and this time it strikes him on the pad. That was pretty quick. That rushed on, and there is no run. So it's the end of the power play. It has been the best of the power play we've seen here in this T20 series. Pakistan at the end of the over, they're 47 without loss.
So Shaheen Shah Afridi's out there again once more, and he is showing that he didn't need the rest. He's ready to go. At 12 runs off the final over of the power play, Shamal Joseph, his most expensive over in the series. And, something to note, after being in for 6, his next delivery was very quick. A fast bowler hates to be hit for 6. So, it's going to catch Moti, is going to replace Akil Hussain. And I think Moti at this stage of the game is going to be very important. He's not started well in his last 2 games, but in fact he didn't bowl in the first game. In the second game, his first 3 overs were a bit expensive. He had a very good last over in the second T20. Now he's going to want to get that confidence going early, and hopefully for the West Indies sake, maybe pick up 2 or 3 wickets in his spell. But we mentioned, if the power play goes like that, you need good middle overs, And it's going to be up to Gudakesh Moti to deliver that for the West Indies here.
There's Moti. A man from the land of many waters, which is Guyana. He's in to Ayub, and Ayub works his way down to Longhorn. And Carty is in attendance. There is just one. What I say, a very good night to Marlon Pinnock, a 360 commentator out there in the Jamaica. Good old Marlon Pinnock prides himself as a fast bowler. I've never seen him bowl fast. In fact, I've never seen him bowl, so I'm not sure if he's fast or he's just a bowler. I don't know. But good night, Marlon, and thanks for listening in. Here is Moti's in again, tossed up, worked away down to Longhorn, and there's one. That's one more to Farhan. The score is now 49 without loss.
It's another bad start from Moti. 2 good deliveries. He's bowling a bit quicker than Akil Hussain does, and it's something that, you know, has been spoken about a lot, that even when Moti made his transition to Test cricket, that, you know, they spoke about he was bowling too fast. He's bowling in T20s, and now he's in to the T20 team. He's known to bowl a bit faster. Here he is, and Ayub's off the back foot and working this one down to Athens down there. In fact, Carty is out there at long on. That's another single. So they won't mind the singles at the moment, the West Indies, but they would want a wicket or two just to slow things down as the 50 partnership comes up for Pakistan.
50 in the 7th over. This is good. A good start here by Pakistan. Lovely opening stand, and it's come in good time. Moti, that's a bad delivery. He gets away with it. It was very short. I think Moti has to investigate his big toe. He nearly struck his big toe. That was so short. Well, I think Farhan was surprised.
I think he saw Farhan coming down the track and pulled it back, but Farhan didn't get that far down, and he missed out there.
Here's Moti tossing this one up, and they work it away to mid-wicket. And that's one more. Takes the score to 51 now without loss. Not a bad over so far from Gudakesh Moti.
Yeah, just 4 runs off it, and the importance of these types of overs from Gudakesh Moti, and, you know, even from Shamar Joseph in the last over, it's about finishing well. You get 4 or 5 good deliveries, you've got to close off the over. Here is Moti again.
There he is, looking to pull, and that takes the bottom edge of the bat. That could have crashed into the stumps. An excellent over comes to an end at the end of 7. The score is 51 without loss.
So the West Indies, after a lot slower of a start in terms of picking up wickets early, no wickets down into the 7th over, 51 without loss. And when they need a wicket, you go to experience, and they've gone to Jason Holder. Exactly what he did last night.
This is excellent. Yeah, here he comes now. Big Jason Holder for his second over. He's up to the wicket and bowls, and that's a good delivery. Right up in the block hole, so to speak. Worked the way down to long on for 1. Well, Marlon Pinnock has a message to say he's not a fast bowler. The guy who brought the news was Visham Lalman, who's normally inaccurate. The man is a wicket keeper, batsman who played for Jamaica under 15 in 2006 on a victorious team. Well, congratulations, Marlon, and on that victory in the 2006 under 15. Well, good one, Pinnock. Marlon plays a lot of cricket with Andrew Chan out there in Jamaica. Another 360 man. Here is Holder around the wicket now. He's up to the wicket bowls, and this is slashed away. That's a lovely shot. One bounce into the boundary for 4, and that goes over extra cover. It was beautiful to watch.
There was a safe shot with mid-off up in the circle, and the man on the cover boundary is quite square at almost a backward point. So once he got his hands through the ball and got it up over the infield, he knew it was going to be safe. Picks up a boundary.
So it's 56 without loss now, Pakistan. This is over number 8 in progress. The West Indies know that their batting hasn't clicked, so they don't want to be chasing a big score here.
Well, I'm getting the feeling that tonight is going to be a night where the batting has to win West Indies this series. As a Holder runs into bowl again.
Yeah, he is up to the wicket now. He bowls, and this is a drive. Down to the sweeper. He attacks it well. Gets rid of it. That's brilliant work down there on the cover boundary. And it cuts it down to 1. That man, Shamar Joseph, a live wire on this West Indies team. 57 without loss.
Yeah, all the time. He's very quick. And he gets the ball out quickly, throws it in. And Joel Andrew didn't have to move a step to his right or left. The ball went straight into his hands. And that's what you want as a wicket keeper.
Here's Holder running away again from us. Passes on par Bassarat bowls. And that's a slower delivery. Worked away down to long on, where Mario Shepherd is stationed. And that's one more. 58 without loss. Jason Holder last night picked up an entire population with his performance.
He put a smile on millions of people's faces around the world, whether you be, a West Indian fan or a fan of cricket. Anybody who watched that game last night would have enjoyed each and every moment. And I think, Jason Holder is loved by everyone. So, a lot of people would have been happy for him.
Well, apart from West Indians, and obviously the West Indies is their number 1 team. I'll get back to that. Holder is in and bowls, and that's another slow delivery. Worked away down the ground for 1, 59 without loss. And, for West Indians, the West Indies is their number 1 team. I've covered cricket all over the world, and I've had conversations with people. I think I'm safe to say, when I say this, everyone else, their second team, everyone's second team around the world is the West Indies.
Yeah, I think that's a fair statement to make, that it goes back to the glory days of West Indies cricket.
And you can't seem to forget that, can you? Here is Holder. He's in again, well bowled, driven right back to him, and there is no run. Farhan getting a bit frustrated there. He has now counted 35 of 26. Ayub is on 23, and the latest score at Central Broward. Pakistan are 59 without loss at the end of 8. More comments from the former Trinidad and Tobago on the 19 fast bowler, Liam Mamchan.
Yeah, good stuff from Holder. First over going for 5, second over going for 8 in the middle overs, just that one boundary. But he has been Mr. Dependable. He started off well again, 2 overs for 13. And you rightfully said Farhan's getting a bit frustrated when he doesn't get the ball off the middle of the bat. That time he hit it straight back to Holder, and he threw his bat up in the air once again. And it's going to be Moti to continue. Ayub, 24 of 22. And he is playing a supporting role at the moment for Farhan, who has been on the go. And once again, the West Indies, they are allowing a partnership to build. They need a wicket. Here's Moti.
Yeah, he is, and he's driving over the top. It's running close to the boundary, picked up now. I think it's Shufi and Rutherford down there, and they come back for 2. Just arching that backwards, and so he just couldn't get into the shot to get the power that he wanted, but he gets 2. The score goes on now to 61 without loss.
We had seen to just peel off the outside edge as well, and Moti will be glad that he didn't get that, because he threw the ball a bit wide when he saw him coming.
Here he is now. Moti's in. And he's looking to play this straight down the ground. Gets 1. Moti taking the sting off it. Reduces it to 1. The roll of the Tassa. I'm hearing the Tassa in the background now. And that is when you know that the fans are out here to enjoy themselves. A good crowd on hand, given what we saw on opening day and also last night. I think this crowd could probably mirror what we saw last night here at Central Broward.
And I think after that performance last night from the West Indies, especially with the ball, that would have brought some people into the stadium.
Yeah, he is again working this one away down to long off, and that's 1 more. So the score goes on now to 63 without loss. And Shine Shah Afridi sent back in the dugout because I think he was taking out the wrong item. So he has now the big towel, and he's going to go out there with it.
And Shine showing that he's a complete team player. I don't think I've seen anyone else run out yet.
Down the leg side, that's a flicked away, and it's going to go into the boundary. Even Shamar Joseph can't stop it at backward square. Badly lined there by Gudakesh Moti, and the score goes on to 67 without loss.
Yeah, a bit too short as well from Moti. Was short down the leg side. Delivery asking to be hit for Saim Ayub, who hasn't been in his normal destructive mood. He's been playing a supportive role in this innings for Farhan, but when you get a delivery like that, you can't do anything but hit it for away for 4.
Sammy's back, working it away down to long on. Picks up another single. Score goes on out to 68 without loss. And your guy has now been removed from the edge of the boundary by the third umpire. He's asking him to just come back a bit. He's too close to the ropes. Shine sharp, really. He just wants to beat the action.
So, Moti, 13 runs conceded, 1.5 here. How does he finish?
Dayton Butler, the man, removing him. Pushed away. One more. So, it's the end of the over. And at the end of over number 9, it's 69 without loss here at the Central Broad Regional Park. Pakistan winning the toss and batting first.
And Gudakesh Moti completing another decent over. He's bowled 2 overs now for 14. And Jason Holder on the other end, 13 of his 2. And it's going to be interesting to see what Hope does. It seems like he's going back to Shamar Joseph. First over, going for 12. But, you know, we speak about breaks in cricket. You bring Joseph right in before the water break. And maybe just to ruffle a few feathers going into that little strategic timeout at the 10th over. It's not a bad ploy. Joseph he bowled 5 good deliveries, I have to say, in that first over. Just the one that was pulled away for 6. Well, he's got a long on, deep mid wicket, deep backward square, deep point. And I'm not sure if he's going to go. He's only got 4 outside at the moment.
I think he wants third man to go back.
Well, he's brought in third man now and sent back fine leg. So 4 fielders on the leg side boundary, which obviously tells that Hope wants Joseph to bowl straight and attack the body line.
There he is. He has been doing that since the first game. Hope waits on him to do that again, and he drives this time. Farhan drives right back to him along the ground. Well fielded by Shamar Joseph. What a find for the West Indies.
And I like this from Hope. He's gone to Jason Holder at mid-off, and they're having conversations. They're always thinking the game, and he's leaning on the experience of someone like Jason Holder, who has not only played a lot of games for the West Indies, but he's played T20 cricket around the world. He's played a lot of T20 cricket here in just recent times for the LA Knight Riders. So it's just about experience.
Experience. He's a senior statesman on the team. 4 guys right back on the circle. On the onside, he's giving a single, acreage of space. In fact, he now calls long leg into the circle. So 3 right back. So he's offering them the single. He bowls outside the off stump, slashed away, and that's a single. Takes the score along now to 70 without loss. This is over number 10 in progress.
Yeah, so I think after that conversation between Hope and Holder dropped back to long off. They brought in the fine leg just to give Joseph the option for if he misses his length, because he wants to go full. If he misses his length on that Yorker and, the low full toss, if he gets it down to long off, Holder's there and there's a chance of a catch. That fine leg fielder is really there if Joseph badly lines the delivery. So Joseph is now going to stay over the wicket, and he's into Ayub. 1 run of the over thus far, 70 without loss. Here's Joseph.
Arms pumping, runs in now, goes past Bassarat and bowls, and this is worked away down on the onside. He gets a single. So that's 1 more there to Saim Ayub. Ayub has now prospered on to 33. He's catching up with Farhan, who's on 38. And the score is 71 without loss.
Yeah, and that delivery seemed to be pace off from Shamar Joseph. I saw during the warm-ups earlier, he was really working on that slower ball just to give himself that extra bit of, surprise. He's bowled a lot of pace on deliveries in this series so far already. He's into his second over. There's been 2 or 3 slower balls already. Here he is again.
Here's Joseph in and bowls, and at this time Farhan is driving through the offside. He's asking, he's imploring the man there to run faster, Shepherd, but he can't, and it's into the boundary for 4 at extra cover, and that takes the score along now to 75 without loss.
It was over pitch from Joseph. He's looking for the Yorker, and Farhan this time was deep in the crease. And once you beat that man at cover, the man at deep cover is very, very square. So, and this one is hit way in front, and a lovely shot from Farhan for 4. Hope once again has run across from cover to have a word with Shamal Joseph, and I think you could expect a short ball in this over.
Yes, Joseph, he's in now on balls. A short ball pulled away imperiously for 6. Over deep mid wicket. That was a bad delivery there by Joseph, and it got the treatment. 81 without loss.
It was short, but it wasn't short enough. It sort of just sat up in the surface, asking to be hit. And Gurukesh Moti looked all the way over his head, and it just had to ask someone from the crowd to send it back in. Farhan, he's on to 48 now. And it's about time that he got a score in this series. He's looked good in patches, and at the moment he's eyeing up his first half century in this series.
West Indies need a breakthrough now. It's getting ridiculous as far as they are concerned. 81 without loss. Here is Shamal Joseph running away from us now. Up to the wicket, he bowls, and this is a much better delivery. Forced away down to long off, and they get 1. The score is now 82 without loss. It's the end of the over, the halfway stage. 82 without loss. We take a short break. We'll be right back. So we're back after that break, and it's going to be Romario Shepherd to take up the attack from the northern end. By Leslie Reefer Jr. just ensuring that no one is moving before in front of the side screen.
So Shepherd needs to come good for the West Indies today. They need him at his utmost best because at the moment Pakistan are running away with a good start, 82 after the first 10. Here's Shepherd.
Yeah, he's in first delivery, and this is worked away through the onside. They take the first quickly, and Holder makes good ground, cuts it down to 1. It's now 82 for 3. 82, sorry, without loss.
And that's a 50 for Saibzada Farhan. A brilliant knock, a third T20 international 50 for the Pakistani opener. And it's been very much well deserved. He's played excellently today. 4 sixes and 2 fours, a 34 ball half century. And Pakistani needed him to come good today after he's had a pretty mediocre series so far.
Here he is now. He's up to the wicket and bowls, and this is struck perfectly down the ground. And they take one more. Saim Ayub getting into the thick of things now. Ayub has gone on to 34.
Farhan now coming down the track and having a word with Ayub. Maybe to tell him, just keep batting around me. Let's take it deep into the 15th over, and then we can explode with wickets in hand. But I think when you got a good platform like this, you can afford to take a couple of risks in this 10 to 15 over mark. Not a bad start from Shepherd. 2 deliveries, 2 runs. He's got a deep backward point, a deep cover, long on, deep mid wicket, and a square leg.
Yeah, Shepherd is in now again and bowls, and that's a good delivery, full and wide, and also slower. Just couldn't get it away. And there is no run, 84 without loss. This is over number 11.
So the plan is definitely to bowl full. And Ayub and Farhan once again having that conference in the middle of the wicket. During the break, we saw Darren Sammy have a long conversation with skipper Shea Hope. Oh, maybe expect something that we probably haven't seen. You know, there's Shafi Rutherford hasn't bowled in the series yet.
There he is now. He goes wide of the crease, and then looking to walk across was Farhan to play through the onside. Farhan is lucky there. There's no run. 84 without loss. He's lucky there because I think had Farhan made contact with that, he could have actually guided the ball onto the stumps.
Yeah, it was that wide from Shepherd. Saw him moving early and was able to follow him. But a good presence of mind, not a bad option because Gudakesh Moti is at short fine leg. He's up in the circle, and deep backward square is in the circle as well.
Shepherd is in again, short and wide. So he's trying to kiss that line that is there for the marker. The umpire is not seeing the funny side of it. He signal wide. And the score goes on 85 without loss.
Oh, not a bad though from Romario Shepherd. You don't mind that because he saw once again Farhan take a step across the stumps, and he's looking to access the onside where there are just 2 fielders out in front square.
Yes, Shepherd again. He runs in up to the umpire now, bowls, and that's a good delivery. Ooh, he's looking at the umpire, signal wide. I thought umpire Reefer was a bit harsh there.
Yeah, definitely, and you could have seen from the reaction from Jewel Andrew, the West Indies wicket keeper, that that one could have gone either way.
Well, it was well inside the line, well inside the guideline. But that's just a guideline for the umpires. It's their decision at the end of the day. So Shepherd has to go back and come again. As they say, wheel and come again. Here he is, up to the wicket now, he bowls, and that's a full pitch delivery that's worked away down to long off for the loss, for 1 run. It's now 87 for no loss, and this is over number 11. The next 5 overs or so is very, very critical to what the final score will be like.
Yeah, there's a lot of emphasis in T20 cricket placed on 2 periods of the game, which is the power play and the death, which is the last 4 or 5 overs. But there's so much to be won and lost in those middle overs. You talk about over 7 to 15. if you could get good overs in there as a bowling unit between 7 to 15, no matter what start the opposition get, they're under pressure going into the last 5.
Yeah, he is now. Shepherd round the wicket. He comes in and bowls. That's a good delivery. Ayub forces it just for the point. And all he will get is 1. And that takes the score along to 88 without loss.
Another bad over from Mario Shepherd with 2 wides in it. Was only they were only able to get 6 runs, which is not bad whatsoever. 88 without loss. At the moment, they're still on top. Pakistan. They'll be very happy with where they're at. And that is when Shea Hope is going to chop and change again. And the new bowler is going to be Ruston Chase, who bowled a pretty decent first over. Went for 3 runs before being hit for 6 off the very last delivery. And what Farhan did well against Chase in that over was he used his feet. And maybe that could be the way that Ayub and Farhan decide to play with Chase coming back into the attack.
Yeah, so it's going to be the big man Chase to see if he can continue putting the screws in. He has started well here, Romario Shepherd, with that over. Let's see how this over goes. If he can follow up with a tight over here, it'll be very good for Shepherd taking back up the attack from the next end.
They need a wicket though. Here is Chase.
So it's flatter. Gets onto the front foot, plays the sweep just forward of square, and they're going to come back for 2.
Shifrin Rutherford had some work to do there down at the mid wicket. Had to get around to his left. And good placement from Ayub.
90 for 2. This is over number 12 in progress. West Indies would not want to be chasing anything in excess of 150 here, I think.
Yeah, most definitely. I think, to be fair though, the wicket has played a lot better than it did last night, where Pakistan got 133 and the West Indies used every last delivery in their 20 overs to get it.
Jesus in again, flat. Worked away, down behind square. There is no run. Hussein is there. He collects quickly. Fires the return into Andrew, and there is no run.
So a better length there from Chase. The line, however, just a bit too straight. He got away with it, I thought. 90 without loss, 11.2.
Yeah, he is again Chase, and this time he's back deep in his crease. Ayub uses his crease well, and he's able to get one down to deep mid wicket, and that takes his score along now to what, 91 without loss. Not bad so far from Chase this over.
Yeah, not at all. And now Chase is going to go around the wicket to Farhan, which tells me yesterday we saw him bowling at death. Maybe the 17th over I think he bowled, and he came around the wicket and threw the ball on the wide line and was asking Farhan, or asking the right-handers, whoever they were at the point in time, to hit through the offside. And I think that might be where Chase is going to start again. Here he is.
He is round the wicket, exactly that, and it's a signal wide by the umpire. He has to be careful. Umpire Basser had signaled it wide. It was very wide outside the off stump.
Joel Andrew is one that needs to be switched on at the moment, as those deliveries are going to be angling wider and wider from around the wicket.
Yeah, he is. It goes now, and this is a bit closer. Work straight down the ground. A chase here, and that's a lovely bit of work. Only a single. So that's one more. Takes the score on to 93 without loss. A good bit of work there by Jason Holder. It can't just keep him out of the game.
So 11.4 overs. 11. Yeah, it is 11.4 overs now. Chase none for 14. Once they get a wicket here, the West Indies need a wicket. So this partnership is approaching 100 at 93 without loss. Here is Chase around the wicket.
He's in and bowls, and they're looking to sweep. He misses all, ends up there. Ayub, that one pitch outside the off stump, spinning away from him.
There was an appeal, a bit of a half appeal from Joel Andrew behind the stump for the under edge. But there's no real interest in it shown by Shea Hope.
So here he is again. Chases in and bowls, and this is Fuller. And beats cover. Just a single though. As Moti cleans up, coming around from the sweeper's position. It's the end of the over. Not a bad over at all from Ruston Chase. At the end of over number 12 is 94 without loss.
Yeah, just 6 runs off it, and Hope would be pretty happy with that. And it looks like it's going to be Shepherd once more. A good first over from Romario Shepherd, just 6 runs off it. And he has got the job of continuing here. 94 without loss, as we mentioned. A pretty good start, Pakistan. Very, very happy with that in 12 overs. They're going at just under 8 an over. And compared to yesterday, at this stage, they would have lost already 4 wickets before the breakthrough of Farhan. Or was it Hassan Nawaz and the skipper Aga? So now it's going to be Shepherd to continue. He's going to go over the wicket to Saim Ayub. We saw him around the wicket last over. He's got a deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, deep point. And a short third man in Casey Carty. Here is Shepherd over the wicket. Ayub looking to go big, dragging across this one down to Shamar Joseph at long on, and they just get a single. Good work from Joseph. And he's now going to be bowling to Farhan, he's got a deep point, deep cover, long on, long off, and a deep mid-wicket once again. So the plan for Farhan is going to continue to be wide. Here is Shepherd over the wicket into Farhan, slow ball, and he's dropped it. He set it straight back at Romario Shepherd. He stuck a hand out and could not complete the return catch. It's one of those where it just has to stick in your hand. It's not easy. It's a reaction chance for Shepherd. He got his hand there, but he was not able to complete the catch. And Farhan gets a life, 96 without loss.
So this is a nice little period here for the West Indies in terms of trying the runs up. But they need that wicket, and it came there. Well, at least it should have been completed. Here is Shepherd. He's in outside the off stump, pulling well. Did that go all the way? We wait on the umpire. Umpire Reefer says 6. Dragged from way outside the off stump down to a widest long on, almost a cow corner. It brings up the 100. It's 102 without loss. And this is over number 13.
Yeah, really good shot there. Good bit of innovation from Saim Ayub. Shepherd looking to go full and wide. And Ayub took a long step across, almost reaching the wide line. And almost slugged, sweeping Shepherd through the gap of long on and deep mid-wicket. And went all the way for 6. Ayub is on to 46 now.
Yes, Shepherd comes in now. He bowls to Ayub. And Ayub again plays a similar type shot. No one is home, and that will go into the boundary for 4. That's his half century. Both men have now scored half centuries for Pakistan. It's 106 without loss, and all of a sudden, Shepherd starting to leak runs.
Yeah, and Saim Ayub is taking a good claim for player of the series here. He's got his second half century of the series to go with 4 wickets, 39, in fact 37 ball half century with 4 fours and a 6. What an innings this has been, because he started off playing a supporting role for Farhan, who was on the go, and now since that water break we've seen him take things up a notch, and he's raised on to 50.
Shepherd, will he rue that mischance in the over, driving through the offside, and it's going to go down to the sweeper. 1 bounce, that's 1 more. 107 now without loss. This is over number 13.
Well, you've got 2 guys out there now who are full of confidence, and they are playing their shots. They have no problem playing shots. The only thing that is going to stem this flow of runs from Ayub and Farhan is wickets, and the West Indies really have not been able to produce wicket-taking deliveries.
Yeah, they have not.
They've been quite ordinary in terms of their bowling efforts. The one chance that came was really a half chance.
Yeah, Shepherd, that's full and wide, guided down to backward point on the boundary. And the Moti is there, just a single. It brings the over to an end, and at the end of that over, it was a bit expensive there from Romario Shepherd. At the end of 13, it's 108 without loss, and the West Indies need some spark of inspiration from someone out there.
Yeah, 14 runs coming off that Romario Shepherd over after a very good first that just went for 6 runs. And Shamar Joseph running all the way from deep mid-wicket to the crease to console Mario Shepherd after a pretty expensive over. And once again, Jason Holder is the man that Hope is going to turn to. And Holder, you don't expect him to bowl more than one at this stage because he's definitely going to be used in either the penultimate or the last over. But he's back now, and with 13 overs on the cards, 108, Pakistan really in a good position. And a current run rate of 8.3. They're going quite well going into this last 7 overs.
So it's going to be Holder who is now back to see if he can get that breakthrough, get a new batter in, and let's see if they can continue to put a squeeze. 2 good overs in terms of over number 12 and 11 and 12, but over number 13 went for some runs as Holder is around the wicket now. He's in and bowls to Farhan. That's a full toss, whipped away down to deep mid wicket for 1.
So Holder's plan is going to be to attack the legs and attack the stumps. And he's going round the wicket to the right-handed Farhan as they get a single. Holder 2 overs for 13 before this. But Simon Ayub is now on strike and he's on the go. And the good thing for the West Indies is when a man is on the go, it gives you the chance to pick up a wicket. Because he's going to be a little bit more risky in his approach. But Ayub has been very calculated.
I'm surprised that Holder is not going to go over the wicket to him. He's bowling round the wicket. Here he is. He comes in now, bowls to Ayub, and this is just missing leg stump. Bassarat signals wide. Ayub walking across, and it prompted Holder to attack the leg stump, and it just slipped away and signal wide.
And it was a situation of where Ayub stayed in his natural position. That would have been crashing into his toes. So you can't really fault Holder there as he's in and bowling again.
He is up to the wicket now. He bowls, and this is again a similar type delivery but closer. Worked away for 1. They're going to come back for 2 down to mid wicket. So Saim Ayub really switched on here, as you have been alluding to. 112 without loss. This is over number 14.
And I think the difference today is the energy that they've started with. They were always looking to push 2s. They weren't ever really looking to settle for a single. And with that approach, they sparked some energy into the innings. And the West Indies, on the other hand, have been ordinary. They've not been producing any sort of wicket-taking deliveries.
Yeah, his Holder. It has been a much better pitch for batting, though. Driving nicely down to the sweeper. Moti covers ground well, and he cuts it down to 1. You would agree that's a better batting surface here tonight. But runs on the board are runs on the board, and that is what you call scoreboard pressure. So the West Indies would not want to be chasing too much here. It's already looking ominous at 113 without loss.
Well, that was what Sam Anaga said at the toss, is that scoreboard pressure is going to play a big role in a series decider, which is why he would have opted to bat for the 3rd time in the series. And we're going to have to see how the West Indies approach it when it's their turn to bat. But in terms of their bowling, they really need to find some sort of energy here and pick up a wicket or 2. Because if they continue like this, Pakistan are going to go into the last 5 overs with a lot in the tank.
Not bad at all. Full and wide, pushed away. You can see Farhan has seemed to have lost his way a bit, though, since getting to the half century. And Holder being able to bowl a dot ball, which is so precious at any time in a T20 match.
But I think what has worked against Farhan here is that since we've come back from the break, Ayub has faced a lot of deliveries, and Farhan has been starved of the strike a bit.
Well, here he is now. It's in the air. Joseph can't get to it, but he'll be able to rifle the return back. Cuts it down to 2. And that's 115 now without loss. Not getting hold of that. Had he gotten hold of that Farhan, he could have been in problems.
Once again, excellent running between the wickets from these two. And the score is now at 115. Holder 2.5 overs, 20 runs, 7 of the over so far. He's just been hit for the 1 boundary. So in terms of that, he's been good. But I think the West Indies are going to have to take pattern when they come to bat from the Pakistanis, because there's not been many boundaries, but there's been a lot of 2s, and that's what the West Indies are going to have to do in situations like yesterday and the first game where they were starved of boundaries.
Here he is now, Jason Holder. He runs away from us up to the wicket and bowls. That's a full pitch delivery. Worked away down through mid wicket for 4. He was able to split Moti and Atenis perfectly. And Farhan will feel a lot better with that. It's 119 without loss. We've seen 14 overs bowled.
Yeah, and full toss from Jason Holder and Farhan this time, taking a step across the stumps and really did well to bisect that those two fielders out at the mid-wicket boundary. And Jason Holder, not sure what he needs to do again to get a wicket, but that's the end of 14, 119 without loss. Farhan, he's on to 61 of 43, 3 fours and the 4 sixes. Ayub on the other end, 54 of 40, 4 fours and a 6 for him. And the West Indies have turned to Akil Hussain, who's 3 overs in the power play, 21 runs.
So it's going to be Moti. Who knows? Moti probably has something special in store tonight. Yeah, he is. He bowls outside the off stump, cracked away. And they get just 120 without loss now. This is over number 15.
Yeah, and no better time than now to bring Akil Hussain back into the attack.
I want to say good night to a very, very good supporter of West Indies cricket, and that's Vinny Kumar, the man who runs the Crickbuster, and he has been a great support for West Indies cricket. One hopes that he can get fans through the turnstiles in Trinidad for the last 3 ODI games. I was having a talk, I was having a little word prior to the game with commercial director Rupert Hunter, and Rupert was really looking forward to put things in place here. Here is it outside the off stump, and he crashes it away down to the sweeper for 1. The score goes to 121. So Rupert was thinking that, you know, a win here tonight, Liam, would definitely pull people through the turnstile in Trinidad.
Yeah, you would think so. And the West Indies one-day team has been hot and cold for a while now, and you want to get some consistency in there. 2 men who've been consistent there is 2 men involved in this game, and that's Shea Hope and Casey Carty.
They love that ground as well, especially Carty. Here is Moti, and this is in fact it's Hussain worked away down to long on for 1, and that takes his score to 22 without loss. Hussain, amidst all the carnage, hasn't been bad, has he? He is now bowled He's in his 4th over, none for 23, which is not bad. So he has kept his promise. So we're looking at his field. There are 3 guys who can probably discuss dinner tonight. Shamar Joseph, a short third man, and just 10 feet away from him, you have, of course, the skipper, and then 4 feet away from him at point, you have Moti. And that's signal wide. So definitely with a right-hander on strike, he's looking to push it full and wide, and hopefully get him to cut to one of those 3 gentlemen on the offside behind the bat.
Well, Farhan on this occasion was looking for the reverse sweep. What I liked about that, it was another variation that we've not seen from Akil Hussain. He had a pause in his bowling action because he saw Farhan looking to change directions or change bat-handedness, and I think it was a tough decision to Akil on the wide. He's now switched over the wicket to the right-hander.
He is Akil Hussain. This is short and wide and turning further. Signal wide there by the umpire Reefer, who then balances his wide. I don't think they're paying him any attention. He needs the scorer to acknowledge him. The very hard-working team that's right next to us. Those guys have been on spot for this entire series, the scorers. And they've scored the most runs, though, in the series. Here is Akil Hussain from the far end. He comes in now. He bowls to Farhan. Farhan is looking to sweep. He makes connection. And
straight to Ruston Chase there at backwards square. So Farhan looking to manipulate the field a bit. He knows those 2 guys are in the circle behind square. He tried to get it around them, but it straight to Chase in the end. 2 deliveries to go in the Akil Hussain over. He's still over the wicket.
looking to cut. Just losing his shape there. No run.
But once again, Hussein slowing down and pausing his action and making Farhan wait or maybe off balance a second in his trigger. And it's always a good variation that we've not seen often. One man that we've seen do it a lot in international cricket is a former Pakistani international, Mohammad Hafiz.
Yep.
Shoaib Malik as well, who's famous for that.
Yes, Hussein is in now on balls, and this is in the air. Does it have the legs?
You better believe it does. That's gone a long way into the stands. And Farhan continues to impress. 130 without loss at the end of 15. Hussein can't complete the over well. Gets it for 6. His 4 overs come to an end. None for 32. Going at 8 and over, which will take in T20 cricket. But at the moment, Pakistan large and in charge, 130 without loss at the end of the 15th.
Yeah, so with 5 overs here to go, and Pakistan will be looking somewhere in the vicinity of 180, 190 with 5 overs to go. And if they can finish strongly here, the West Indies will be chasing a mammoth score to win this series. And that is what they don't want. The batting hasn't really clicked. The batting hasn't been the best in this series. And, they'll be looking to see if they can have a manageable target to chase. Granted that this track is much better for batting tonight.
I think there's not something to be too concerned about that the West Indies batting has not been great in this series due to the fact that a lot of their main batsmen are out injured.
Yes, Chase, first delivery is punched down the ground, and Shamar Joseph feels there is no run.
So Farhan, he's on to 68. Ayub with that single moves to 57. And 130 without loss. Pretty good stuff. Pakistan really enjoying this evening's proceedings. Chase is going to stick to round the wicket now to Farhan. 68 of 48. 3 fours, 5 sixes.
There he is, Chase. And this is played away down to a deep mid-wicket. They take one. They're going to go back for 2 more tees onto it. But he can't prevent it. 133 without loss.
Yeah, the placement of the field has been good from Hope, but the batsmen have been placing those balls just wide of, just in between 2 fielders, and they're always able to get 2. It's excellent batting. It's batting of the highest class from both of these, as Farhan is on to 70 now.
He is round the wicket. Farhan just going across his stumps, works it away down to Moti, only 1, down to deep mid-wicket, not bad. Here from Ruston Chase, he will take that at this stage of the innings. 134 now without loss.
So Farhan is approaching his highest T20 international score. He's got a high score of 74. And he is going to look to better that now. Saim Ayub, on the other hand, his high score 98, not out. He is at the moment on 57.
Joseph still to come back into this attack here.
And he's been all over the shop tonight.
This time, Chase angling this one across Ayub. All he can get is 1. Joseph attacks. So that's another single, 135 without loss. Chase has been good.
Yeah, I think so. I think Chase, after being hit for that 6 of the last ball in his first over, he's come back quite well. I think ideally for the West Indies, if they can go into these last 4 overs, picking up maybe 5 wickets, that momentum could help them going into their batting. But at the moment, it's all Pakistan.
Chase is in here now, full and wide. Hoiked away down the ground. Joseph is there at long on. That's 1 more. 136 without loss now.
Yeah, Farhan on to 72 of 51 deliveries. A fantastic innings. And we saw glimpses of what Farhan has been capable of, and he's finally gotten himself a score in this series. 1 delivery to go in Roston Chase's 3rd over. He's gone for just 21.
He hasn't done a bad job at all. Here's Chase, and that's an excellent delivery. Looking to reverse sweep there. And not making contact, Ayub. And it's the end of 16. 136 without loss. An excellent over there from Ruston Chase. He has bowled his 3 for 21. And I think he should be bowling probably over number 18.
Well, Holder's got 1. Joseph has got 1. And Shepherd has got 2.
I think Joseph has 2.
In fact, you're right about that. Shamar Joseph has 2.
He's going to come into the attack now from the far end.
His 2 was so far very expensive, going for 25. And when you've got a situation like this, Shepherd as well, his 2 was going for 20. You're almost starved for a dead bowling option. You've got guys who have not hit their straps tonight, and you're going into the last 4 overs where you need to win this quarter of the inning or this fifth of the innings to get that momentum going into the second innings. But the only man that has been bowling well out of the 3 of them has been Jason Holder. Moti is still available as well, 2 overs for 14, and you could expect to see Moti spearing some Yorkers at the end.
It's Tuesday from the far end for the first time in this series, and this is in the air. Can the fielder get it? He can't. And they go back for 2. Carty there.
He covered a lot of distance, Casey Carty. It was as straight as an arrow, and it was always going to be difficult for either one, or Holder or Carty, running in from long on and long off to get underneath that one. And I think there's always that possibility in your mind that you're seeing the man at long off running in as well. You have to just kind of hold back in case of a clash.
It's Joseph again. Rapidly comes in from the far end and it's in the air. Can the catch be taken? Yes, it is. In fact, he's dropped it, hasn't he? It's out. He has taken it.
Well, we saw something fall off of Shea Hope's person, and thankfully for the West Indies, it looked to be his glasses. And
it was an excellent catch, though. Well judged.
It's always difficult, those running backwards, and Hope was on the edge of the circle, had to turn around and then turn again, and took a good catch in the end. Joseph once more has picked up a wicket when the West Indies really need it, and Hassan Nawaz is the new man in at number 3. But many congratulations to Farhan. He has to go for 74, and he's equaled his career best. Can't get past it. He has to go a really good innings. 53 deliveries, 3 fours and 5 sixes.
An excellent innings indeed there from Farhan. He batted well for Pakistan. As he walks off, the Pakistani supporters here applauds him. And what a good effort that has been from him. It's 138 for 1. And Mohammad Nawaz, who struck some lusty blows. Hassan Nawaz, in fact, who struck some lusty blows last night. He's in now, and we see how this goes.
Yeah, he's gonna have to go now, and you won't mind that if you're Hassan Nawaz, because your team, your openers, have done exactly what you want from them, and that's set a platform going into the final portion of the innings. If Pakistan could get 40 to 50 runs, 180 to 190, that will be ideal for the start they had. It's Joseph.
Joseph breaks into his run again. He comes in now and bowls to Nawaz, and that's a wide. Way outside the off stump. And Hussein is questioning the umpire. Well, that was very wide. 139 for 1. This is over number 17.
But I think what Aki Hussein is questioning is that obviously Nawaz has been shuffling a bit. All 3 of the batsmen have been shuffling around the crease. So, he's just trying to echo that in the umpire's mind, that he has to remember the line is going to move as well. But Joseph has decided now to move to over the wicket. Akil Hussein is actually echoing to Shamar Joseph and to Shea Hope. Let's change up the plan a bit, and he's pointing to his foot. Bowl a straight Yorker, bowl at the stumps. It's what he picked up a wicket with.
Yeah, he's telling him to go back to over the wicket. And
to round the wicket.
To round the wicket. And that is exactly what he's doing. And then he applauds him for listening. Yeah, he is. Shamar Joseph in and bowls. That's a good delivery. Right up. And taking his hands away from it. It's a chance for a run out here. And the throw a bit slow to come in. The score 141 for 1.
But I think that's a better plan because Joseph, as fast as he is, it's always difficult to get those balls from that Yorker length at the stumps, over the ropes, at the pace that Joseph is bowling. It's hitting the bottom of the bat hard. And it's Akil Hussain is echoing that. He's a fast bowler, the fastest that the West Indies have at the moment. Attack the stumps, attack the big toe.
He's again coming in from the fire. Runs it at a rapid pace. And he's in. That's excellent. An appeal. Not out, says the umpire.
Joseph is asking for the review. Andrew is not looking very confident, but...
Well, why keep it? It's the end of the innings. You're going down to the end of the innings. Why keep it? Well...
I think it's more of not looking bad because I think that was way down the leg side. We're just waiting the replay, but...
Yeah, that went in between the stumps and was his foot. Yeah, he's again Joseph. This has been a good comeback over by him. 141 for 1. Shamar Joseph from the fire and up to the wicket now and bowls again. Down the leg side this time, signal wide.
So Mohammad Nawaz is shuffling around the crease as well. And Joseph just asking the umpire if that didn't clip the pad on the way through. But I don't think it did. No, now Akil Hussein's having a conversation with Moti, but I think I agree with what Hussain said. This is a much better plan than full and wide. Because Nawaz is struggling to hit any ball that Joseph bowls there.
There he is. Shamar Joseph is in again now. Again down the leg side, another wide signal.
Akil Hussain is applauding him there. Joseph just straying a bit, but he's trying to bowl to his plan. And I don't think Sheikh Hope would mind that too much. But the West Indies would want Joseph to just complete this over now. 143 for 1, Joseph. A pretty good over so far. Just 8 runs off it. But he needs to complete with just 2 deliveries to go. If he can get a wicket, another wicket, he can really push Pakistan back. Here he is.
Joseph in. Outside the off stump. A big whoop, as they call it in Winmore cricket. No contact. Through to the keeper.
Well, I think what did for Hassan Nawaz there was Joseph completely changed the plan on him without changing the field. There was a double bluff where instead of going back into the toes, he went wide outside the off stump, and Farhan, in fact, Nawaz was already just looking for that ball at his toe. So he was deep in his crease and he was waiting, and it was out of his reach in the end.
This time he hooks him for 6. It was short. And he has hooked him for 6.
Yeah, going against the run of play there, Shamar Joseph had nobody out on that fine leg boundary. And what Nawaz did well was that he got underneath it and almost just tried to scoop it over where short fine leg was, and got enough of it. It went for 6, and at the end of the 17th over, 149 for 1, and Hassan Nawaz, he is on to 8. So you've got Holder, you've got Chase, and as you rightfully said, Ruston Chase is the man who's going to bowl the 18th over. So Chase has to bowl smart here. He needs to try to take the ball away from both of these batsmen. Can't bowl in the arc, and I think that's what he's going to do. He's gone over the wicket. Ayub is on strike. Ayub 58 of 45.
Next chase is into Ayub now, and this is played away through the offside for 1. So that's 1 more for Pakistan. They go on now to what? 150. The 150 is up in over number 18.
I think Hope missed a trick here, and I think that last over that Joseph bowled, I would have bowled Gudakesh Moti, who's bowled 2 overs for 14. He's been at his best tonight. I would have used Moti in that last over and used Joseph probably now.
Chase has also done well. That's a good delivery. Driving down the ground, they get only one. So he's given away just 2 runs of the first 2 deliveries of over number 18. And anything from now is just bonus, I think. Yeah, it's going to be difficult for the West Indies to get more than 150.
Yeah, especially with their main batsmen missing out due to injury. Brandon King, Shimron Meyer, Rovman Powell. The bulk of their experience is missing here.
Jeez, again, that's a good delivery. Middle and leg. Only can get is a single. 24 runs. He's in his 4th over here, Ruston Chase.
Very good stuff from Bajan all-rounder Ruston Chase. Another thing that's going to be interesting is how the West Indies approach their batting order. Casey Carty batted at number 7 last night, which was pretty much a waste.
Yeah, it makes no sense, absolutely no sense. Here he is now. And this time it's struck down the ground. It's going to come all the way into the side screen for 6. So Nawaz struck some lusty blows last night. He's continuing here.
It was a good hit. It was hit with good power. It was hit straight. And that was what was important. And he was able to clear the ropes. 6 runs. Nawaz on to 15 now. And Pakistan 158 for 1. How does Ruston Chase come back from that?
Let's see, he's continuing to bowl around the wicket. And this time he's going again. Does it have the legs? No! So a wicket there to Ruston Chase, and Nawaz has to go 158 for 2. Important breakthrough.
Yeah, he took the pace off of that one. He bowled it into the surface, so Nawaz was already on the front foot, had to rock back and tried to regenerate power off the back foot. Was not able to because there was no pace on the ball, and Romario Shepherd ran in and took a good catch at the long off. Farhan has to go, and Mohammed Harris is the new batsman, but Ruston Chase, a deserved wicket. He's bowled very well, and his 4 overs, 3.5 overs now for him, 1 for 30, and Mohammed Harris is going to come in, and we know how Mohammed Harris plays.
Well, I think the first delivery he faced last night, or was the night before, he struck it for 6.
So just one delivery to complete the over. Ruston Chase is a man who he's a team man. He's a real team player. He does any job the team asks of him. No matter where he has to bat in terms of his fielding role, he fields all over the place. And now bowling in the death as an off spinner is never easy. So here comes Chase, and Harris is in for his first delivery. Ayub 60 not out on the other end. Chase round the wicket.
Well, he's looking to send him back early here, Chase. And Harris is looking to send him out of the ground, down the track, just out of the reach of Chase there. They get a single. 159 now for 2.
Yeah, completes a very, I'll say a good over in the death for Ruston Chase. Finishes his 4 overs, 31 runs and a wicket. Not much more you can ask for, especially in the difficult job that he's been given, which is bowling a death over as a spinner. There's going to be Jason Holden now, and this is an important over. Once again, the penultimate over. Holder has been good, 3 overs, none for 24. Needs to finish well, and more importantly for the West Indies, if he can pick up 2 wickets and really get new batsmen coming in to hit from their first ball, is not going to be easy.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy at all. And we're going to see Holder around the wicket. So a good 19th over here could limit it a little bit. They don't want to be chasing 180 plus.
Well, I think it'll be difficult to defend 20 runs in 2 overs pretty much here, because at 159 for 2, Pakistan are really in a good position.
Yeah, so this time it's Hoyt away through the offside. Runs here, they take 1. Moti attacks it. He's looking to limit it down to 1. He can't. And there's an appeal for a run out. But not out, says the umpire.
He's gone upstairs, actually, and I think that it looked pretty close. It was a good throw from Moti, and Joel Andrew reacted quickly. The West Indies seemed to be quite confident.
Well, Basrat has decided to go upstairs. Let's wait and see what will happen.
Yeah, all eyes on the big screen at the moment. It looked pretty close. At the moment, he's out of frame and
He's gone.
He's gone.
He's gone.
So excellent work from Gudakesh Moti. He has really improved as a fielder, as we've been saying throughout this series, and doing the job for the West Indies. A good throw, and importantly for them, a wicket, and that brings a new batsman in. And it's going to be the man who came into the series for the first time, Kushdil Shah.
Well, Harris goes for 1, and it's 160 now for the loss of 3. Kushdil Shah is going to get his first taste of the action out there.
And they had to look for 2 there. They're going to look to try to get everything they can, especially with wickets in hand. That's the 3rd wicket down. Gudakesh Moti has been doing it all in the series, in the field with the bat in the last game, with the ball as well. With a left-hander into the strike. Now 2 left-handers out there, and it's going to make it easier for Holder. It's not going to have to bowl to that right-hand combination and bowl different lines. Here he is, into Kushdil.
First delivery outside the off stump. He's driving down to mid-off, and a diving stop. The ball ricochets down to long on. But they're not going to make the mistake to look to run on that midfield. In fact, Holder doesn't collect, and they go for the extra. And that's a bit tardy there by the West Indies. 160 now for the loss. 162 for the loss of 3.
Yeah, they did so well to immediately cut off the 2. And now they've given away an extra run. Disappointing stuff from the West Indian fielders.
Every run count at this point in time, as the West Indies, they know that they have an uphill task here to get to the score. Here's Holder running in now from the fire, and he goes past the umpire bowls, and that's a good delivery right up in the block hole. Has been a good over from Jason Holder.
Yeah, he's nailed his Yorkers throughout the series. He's in really good bowling form. No wickets for him in this one just yet. And
it's in his 4th and final over, none for 27. You'll take that.
In a situation where Pakistan have batted well and nobody's really been spared. Shamar Joseph, we look at his spell, 3 overs for 38. Shepherd is 2 overs for 20. Hussain and Chase have not been bad.
Yes, Holder is in again. Right up, there's an allowed appeal. Not out, says umpire Rifa.
And Joel Andrew immediately telling Jason Holder that one definitely went down leg, and I think Kushdil Shah on this occasion played at it, and there was no, you could have seen the 3 stumps in front of him. So
leg by 163 now for the loss of 3. This has been a superb over here from Jason Holder.
Just needs to close off. 2 good deliveries needed here for the West Indies. Shah is batting outside the off stump. That's a 6. A full toss from Holder and Kushdil Shah. In fact, it's Saim Ayub who's hit this one over deep backward square, and that is a big 6.
Well, I think he was put off by Saim Ayub because he went across the off stump, way outside the off stump. I think Holder was put across there, was put off there, and ended up bowling a full toss. A bad delivery in the end. Look at that. From the replay, you can see just how far outside the off stump he was.
Yeah, and the other thing was he's also very deep in his crease. So anything that Holder bowls, he's got the opportunity to get underneath it. And he was able to hit that one way over deep backward square for 6. 169 now for 3. Jason Holder, none for 33. Final delivery. Ayub wide outside the off stump again.
There's Holder up to the wicket bowls, and this time he goes wide. Well, that should never have been wide. It's signaled wide by umpire Rifa. This is unbelievable. He was way outside the off stump, and Holder has all in his right to question the umpire there for that. Holder is still standing there, and this is what you have when some umpires just don't think on their feet. Look at that. Look where he is.
That ball was very much in the reach of Saim Ayub.
That was so close to Ayub, he could have put the ball in his pocket.
So Leslie Reefer Jr. there missing a trick maybe. And Jason Holder is going to have to rebowl that one. Final delivery of Holder's over.
He is up to the wicket now. He bowls, and this is outside the off stump. It's in the air, and the catch completed.
Well, this time, the bad decision from umpire Reefer working in the favour of Jason Holder. He picks up Welcome back here to the Central Broad Regional Park, and the West Indies are headed out there now to chase a big total. 190 is what they require to win this third and final T20 International. The series decided, the series all square at 1-1 at the moment, and for opening the batting for the West Indies is going to be the young man Joel Andrew, who has impressed on his debut. Got off to a decent start in the second T20 and got out. And opening the batting with him is going to be the man from Dominica, Alec Athanaze, who failed yesterday. He's going to be looking to come big for the West Indies in a situation where they need a good start, especially in this power play. Hassan Ali is going to bowl the first over for the Pakistan team. And Shaheen Shah Afridi at the moment is on the field as a replacement fielder. I believe Farhan has yet to make his way onto the field. Here we go, first ball. Hassan Ali is in and he's bowling to Andrew. Andrew cuts through the gap, and there is a man out at the backward point, but he does well. Good bit of fielding out there to cut it off, but the West Indies off to a good start. That's 3 runs. And Joel Andrew, it was short and wide, and Joel Andrew cut very, very well. The field that point did well to cut that off. It looked almost a certain boundary. But good running from the West Indies.
Excellent stop indeed. And Pakistan were very good on the field last night, so they will want to continue in the same way.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's the key for Pakistan here. As well as bowling, their bowling has to be on point, because if the West Indies get off to a good start, we all know how dangerous they can be. Here's Ali into Athanaze, and he's off the back foot, pushes it, and Andrews looking for a quick single. Good start from the West Indies. They need some energy in this innings, because what Pakistan did well is they ran quickly between the wickets.
Yeah, they need to do exactly what Athanaze did, which is look to rotate the strike. It's so important that strike rotation takes place.
Yeah, and in between that, you're going to need boundaries. There's no beating around the bush on that, where 190 is a big total. Here's Hassan Ali into Andrew. Andrew drives through the covers. It's a lovely shot, and it's racing down to the sweep-up boundary. Pakistan have not given up chase, but they should have, because it's running rapidly to the boundary, and a lovely shot from Joel Andrew.
Beautiful shot there from Andrew, and he's really starting. He's showing that this power play is something that has to count if you are to get such a huge target of 189, 190. You need to take advantage of the power play, and what a beautiful shot there, just piercing the offside with the precision.
He's usually very brutal and aggressive, but at this time, he's just timing the ball well. Here's Ali into Andrew, over the wicket. Andrew cuts over the top, and that's 4 more. Joel Andrew is getting the West Indies off to exactly the start that they needed. It was a bit shorter from Hassan Ali, and it was driven uppishly over the man at cover, who was diving in the air, but he was nowhere near that one, and Joel Andrew gets another boundary.
Well, the West Indian fans, they love that. He was deliberately hitting it over the top. Look at that. Lovely shot. The crowd enjoyed that, didn't they?
And we saw the issue in the first innings for the West Indies was pace on went a long way, and Hassan Ali started pace on. Here he is. Oh, and Joel Andrew playing this one off the inside edge onto his pad and runs into Shaheen Shah Afridi. In fact, it's run into Kustil Shah at a short mid wicket. There is no run, so the first dot ball of the innings for Hassan Ali. Joel Andrew looking to play that through the offside, but it was coming back in sharply and got the inside half of the bat.
Here he is.
Here's Ali over the wicket. Andrew's down the track, he's gone over the top, and it's one bounce into the boundary for 4. So Joel Andrew getting the West Indies off to exactly the start that they need. After the first over, it's 16 without loss.
That was what you call a shotgun. That went out of the bat like a bullet. Brave young man here is Andrew. And he has really taken advantage of Hassan Ali's first over, 16 on the board.
And pace on is something that can go a long way. It's Mohamed Nawaz to open the bowling from the far end. And Mohamed Nawaz has bowled 8 overs in the series. He's conceded 40 runs and he's picked up 6 wickets. So he has been pretty good. And probably another contender for player of the series in terms of his bowling alone. He is going to be bowling to Athanaze. Now, Andrew's already off to a flyer, 15 of 5. Athanaze needs to give him the strike and keep the hot hand going.
Yeah, well, Nawaz will be turning the ball into Athanaze.
Here he is, first ball. Athanaze gets inside the line and he sweeps it. 1 bounce into the boundary for 4. He hit that so well over short, fine leg that it almost went for 6.
That'll give Athanaze a lot of confidence, that shot. As the West Indies rifles on now to 20.
When they needed this, they needed a start with energy. And Alec Athanaze continuing from where Joel Andrews started off. He has hit Nawaz for a 4 first ball. And Nawaz, who has been excellent in terms of economy and taking wickets, if they can get him off his line early, they can really be in for a chance here. Here he is. Athanaze off the back foot, straight to Nawaz, a diving stop.
What Athanaze has to do is just not absorb too many deliveries. It's not every ball you can hit for 4. Just look to rotate the strike, break your wrists.
Where's Nawaz? Over the wicket to Athanaze. It's pitched up and Athanaze goes downtown. Has this gone all the way? You better believe it. 6 runs for Alec Athanaze.
Well, the man from Dominica is making his presence felt as well here. Pitched up delivery, not a good delivery at all there from Nawaz. And all the little left-hander did was to take his hands through the shot.
And he's a little left-hander, but he packs a punch. And that one, he didn't overhit it. It was pitched up. It was a bit slower through the air from Nawaz. And Athanaze waited a while for it and just played his hands straight through the ball. And with mid-off up in the circle, it was always going to be a safe option. And luckily for him, it went all the way for 6. So Nawaz already thrown off his line and length early from Alec Athanaze. He switched to round the wicket now. And Athanaze just pulling out.
Nice bit of gamesmanship there from Athanaze. He's not going to allow him to rush him.
So 2 deliveries to go in the over. Here is Athanaze. The reverse sweep is beautiful. And it's 1 bounce into the boundary for 4. So Alec Athanaze is all over Mohamed Nawaz in this second over.
I think it's a deliberate plan not to allow Mohamed Nawaz to settle. He has been a real thorn in the West Indies here batting. And that was a good shot. There was no one down there. Athanaze knew exactly what he wanted to do.
Well, Alec Athanaze has mastered this reverse sweep and the sweep shot as well. We've seen him play it to great effect when the wicket is turning in Test cricket. And he's bringing that into this game early on, especially with Nawaz getting the ball to angle across him. He's just helping that on his way. So 30 without loss. Here is Nawaz into Athanaze. He cuts in the gap. It's a lovely shot again, but the fielder gets around. And they get 1. So 1 delivery to go in the second over, but the West Indies off to a flyer. It's 31 without loss.
Excellent start here by the West Indies. And you think that Alec Athanaze would have learned a thing or two about that reverse sweep from my good guy, Descat? They both play for the Windward Islands.
Well, I think
Shadrach Descat.
I think it goes the other way. I think Shadrach would have learned a bit from Athanaze. Athanaze is a leader in that Windward Islands group. As young as he is. Here is Nawaz into Joel Andrew. And Andrew flicking this one into the onside. There is a man out there at deep mid-wicket, but this is excellent running, and they pick up 2. At the end of the second over, the West Indies in charge now at 33 without loss.
Excellent start by the West Indies. When you're chasing a big total, you have to take advantage of the power play. And these two are doing exactly that here at the moment. The fans are on their feet here at Central Broad Regional Park. As these 2 youngsters are taking apart the Pakistani opening bowlers.
Yeah, we're in for a game here. We're in for a really good game as the West Indies have started well. They've already eliminated some of that early pressure. They get 33 runs in the first 6 overs. And, you know, you're very, very happy with that. At the end of the power play yesterday, they were not in as good as of a position. They would have lost a couple of wickets and didn't score that many runs. But we spoke about the change in the way that the wicket has behaved. It's the same wicket, but it's been a lot flatter and a lot better for batting. And immediately you could see Andrew and Anthony's trusting the wicket and playing shots where, they can hit the ball, they can hit through the line of the ball and be confident. There's Rauf for his first over, replacing Hassan Ali.
Well, this is going to be exciting.
Here he is, Rauf into Athanaze. Pitched up, and Athanaze not timing it well, but just well enough to beat the bowler, and he will get a single to get Joel Andrew on strike, and it's a misfield from the wicket keeper. And exactly as the West Indies did, they were a bit sloppy at times, and Athanaze and Andrew so switched on, they were able to get back for the second.
Yeah, that was, you had it right. They were actually switched on. And you have to be switched on to take advantage of all those little errors that you see there, because every run counts at this moment.
So 35 without loss. Rauf into bowl to Alec Athanaze. Harris Rauf pitches up and Athanaze drives straight to mid-off. Hassan Ali fires in the ball and there's a chance of a second, but the backup is good this time and they get a single. So 36 without loss. Athanaze, he is on to 18 of 8 deliveries, and Joel Andrew on the other end, he is on 17.
So the fans here really enjoying this response here from by the West Indies team. They will be hoping that they can continue in the same vein. It's a long way to go.
Here's Rauf into Andrew. And Andrew off the back foot is just punching this one down to Hassan Ali. And playing it with hard hands this time. So they were not able to try to sneak the single. But a good length from Rauf. It was hard and into the pitch. That back of a length, hard length type of area. So Athanaze, he's on 19. And Joel Andrew 17. Here's Rauf again. Into Andrew. And Andrew pulling out the scoop. Harris Rauf is on the floor. And he's just missed out. And you can see the Pakistanis are all converging around the young 18-year-old. And they're asking him if he's mad again. It's not the first time we've seen him attempt this in this series.
Yeah, Harris Rauf is pretty rapid, isn't he?
He's one of the quickest around, and Joel Andrew showing some bravery, showing some courage and looking to scoop over the wicketkeeper's head. So here's Rauf again. He's running into bowl. 36 without loss. Here he is. And Andrew's looking to pull this, and he's mistimed it. And I think Joel Andrew is trying to go a bit too hard at the moment, whereas he could just wait on it a bit longer and maneuver the ball and try to get singles. And I think that is what Athanaze is going to talk to him about now.
Yeah, he just needs to calm down a bit. You can't do too much. I think he's just getting carried away a bit. He wants to do a little too much.
He's in a situation where, you don't want dot balls to build up. You've already gotten a good start. You want to continue. You want to keep the fire going as long as possible. Here is Rauf into Andrew again. And he's going for it again, and he's gotten enough to just beat the keeper. They'll look for 2, and Andrew will get the 2 very easily. Not the timing that he would have liked, just enough though to get it over the keeper's head.
Yeah, again, not being able to use the pace of Rauf there, and that's 2 more. So at the moment, 38 without loss, a good start, a rapid start. This is over number 3 in progress. In fact, it has come to an end. Over number 3, yes. At the end of 3, 38 without loss, a good start here by the West Indies.
But a good over from Harris Rauf this time. Just 5 runs off it after that rapid start of 33 after 2. Rauf coming in and just bringing some calm to the Pakistan attack. And it looks like a change of bowling as well from the far end. And it looks to be Fahim Ashraf, is it? It is going to be Fahim Ashraf replacing Hassan Nawaz, who was thrown off very early by some smart batting from Athanaze.
Yeah, I mean, and again, Athanaze being a left-hander, the ball turning into him, I think that threw Nawaz off a bit. And at the moment, they've decided it's a better option to get him out of the attack.
Where's Ashraf? Over the wicket to Athanaze. Ashraf has not been great in this series so far. And Athanaze drive straight back to him. And one bounce to the man at mid-on. There's no run.
So Anthony's just looking to muscle it down the ground. So the two, I think, has become a bit of a factor out there now for Pakistan. You can see the umpire Reef are just lending the bowler a towel, a rag.
So here's Ashraf into Athanaze. And he's looking to pull this away. A slower delivery. An appeal for LBW, but definitely pitching outside leg. But smart bowling from Fahim Ashraf, taking the pace off the ball. Because if that was pace on, it was badly lined. And there's no one at fine leg. Athanaze was looking to go over the top.
Yeah, it was not a bad delivery at all. But we've seen a change now after that shot. Saim Ayub has been moved a little bit wider, down just behind square.
Athanaze back and across. Pulling this one again. Straight to the man at short fine leg. That's Sufyan Mukim. And he fires in the return, but they were quick and they get a single. Good running from the West Indian openers.
Yeah, they have to look at every opportunity to get a single, to get runs. They've made a good start here. This is over number 4 in progress. They're 39 without loss. And Joel Andrew will want to continue. I think Joel Andrew will enjoy facing Fahim Ashraf.
Yeah, he's not the quickest. And in fact, I think Andrew might enjoy the faster bowlers because he plays with hard hands and he likes to hit through the line of the ball. When the faster you bowl to a batsman like that, they like it. And Ashraf is going to bowl a lot of cutters here as he is in to bowl to Andrew. Short and wide, and Andrew hitting this one too hard. Straight to the man at mid-off, so he can't get a single.
Yeah, he was just standing back and playing at the ball rather than trying to get into the shot by coming forward, and he could have gotten it straighter. I think that could have been 4 runs had he played that option, because there's a huge gap between mid-on and mid-off.
There's
also to play
also
straighter down the ground.
There's also a big gap between mid-off and the cover that Andrew can probably look to target because Ashraf is bowling outside the off stump. If he could give himself some room and try to work that gap, he's got some runs to score here. As Ashraf comes in again to bowl to Andrew. Andrew goes high in the air over the man at short third man is Harris Rauf, and he cuts it off, but they pick up 2.
Yeah, a bit of backspin as the ball fell, and Rauf doing some good work, being able to collect that and get it back in quickly. Score goes on now at 41 it is now.
And that's the benefit of going hard at the ball. He went so hard at it that it was always going to travel over Rauf. And he was able to pick up a couple. So 41 without loss, just 3 runs of the over. A pretty good over so far for Fahim Ashraf. And with 1 delivery to go, these last 2 overs from Pakistan have really settled things down.
Yeah, settling things down a bit, but I think that these two, they're not going to let up. They want to take advantage of this power play now as much as they could, which is important when you're chasing 190.
There's Ashraf in to Andrew, and he's pulling this one across the line. There's a man down a deep mid-wicket, but it doesn't get as far. It goes to mid-on and they get a single. So 9 runs of the last 2 overs for Pakistan. They are coming back into this game. At the end of 4, it's 42 without loss.
Yeah, 42 without loss, and Athanaze, he has 20 of 11. Andrew 21 of 12. Good start by both batsmen. Let's see the option now. Rauf is going to continue, and it is going to be Andrew, the 18-year-old, on strike. Let's see if he tries to sweep him.
Well, I think
or scoop him.
I think this can go either way. I think after that first over, Andrew tried to get a bit creative with him. He might maybe try to be a little bit more traditional with pace on the ball, or he might continue to use his presence of mind and try to use the pace of Rauf to hit the ball behind square or behind the keeper.
Well, he has to be careful because backward square is on the edge of the circle, not walking in.
Here is Rolf into Andrew. And he hits this one through the covers. It's dropped at the backward point. He's hit that one very hard. And he is going to pick up an easy 2 runs. A big chance goes down for Pakistan early.
Yeah, driving with his head in the air. I think he got excited when he saw the ball pitched up. And again, as you alluded to early on, there's a lot of bottom hand in the shot. That should have been taken.
But it was hit so hard that I think he was a bit tentative going after it. But you're right about that. His eyes lit up because when you've got a bowler bowling at the pace that Harris Rolf bowls, they rarely pitch one up.
Yeah, and I think that catch should have been taken. I'll tell you why. It was quite a distance away from the batsman. He had enough time to position himself and to take the catch. You have to take catches. Catches win matches. So the West Indies, they have a good start as well.
Here is Rolf into Andrew. And he's hit this one high in the air. A chance for catch. Hassan Ali runs around, settles, takes the catch. So Joel Andrew, his night comes to an end. And Harris Rolf is celebrating here at the Central Broad Regional Park. Andrew's night comes to an end for 24 of 15 deliveries. He got off to a good start, and I think that is what Darren Sammy and the West Indies wanted from him.
Well, a brilliant catch there, I think, from Hassan Ali. One can't underscore just how well Hassan Ali did there to take that catch. He judged it immaculately well.
Well, in walks the skipper. It's Shea Hope in at number 3. And, you know, we spoke about what we think Hope's best position is for the West Indies in T20s, and it is on top of the order. But, you know, with a young man like Andrew, you want him in the power play. You want him batting as early as possible. And Athenis has got off to a good start. So, Shea Hope is in at number 3. The West Indies at the moment are 44 for 1. Andrew, 24 of 15 deliveries. And a lot of credit, as you mentioned, has to go to Hassan Ali for that wicket. With running back is never easy, and he settled himself, and that's what he did well. He settled himself and was able to keep his eyes on the ball for as long as possible and take the catch.
Well, Pakistan are fighting back here after 2 overs. The West Indies were 31 without loss, 33 without loss. Now they are 44 for 1 in over number 5.
And it all comes from those 2 overs that went for 9 runs. And Joel Andrew was dropped off the first delivery. Could have been gone even earlier. And after getting a chance, did not make the most of it. Just added 2 more runs and he got out. So here is Rauf into Shea Hope. And Hope drives, a lovely drive. But straight to the skipper, Aga, at mid-off. And they get through for a single.
A lovely shot there by Shea Hope. Pleasing on the eyes.
Yeah, and it's always a good sign as a batsman when you middle your first ball, and that's exactly what he did there. He did not middle many last night, and he struggled 21 of 30 and really had a hard time. Even though the West Indies won, they made a hard task of 133. So Rolf is in to bowl to Athenis now, 45 for 1. Hope is off the mark. Athenis 20 of 11. He is not let up, and let's see how he approaches it. He's driving down to third man, an outside edge, and it races to the boundary. Athenis continues to go. He's on 24.
Yeah, well, a thick outside edge there from Athenis. I want to give him credit for just opening the face of the bat at the last moment, and he was able to get it down to a wide-ish third man for 4. That's a welcome boundary. It's 49 for 1. Remember, this is over number 5. They're going at close to 10 and over here at the West Indies.
Then there's a man position down at deep backward point. And now skipper Aga just moving him a little bit to his right, and pretty much to just where that ball went. And Rolf has decided to go round the wicket to Athenis. Athenis 24 of 12. The West Indies 49 for 1. 2 deliveries to go in the 5th over. Here is Rolf to Athenis. And Athenis, lovely, opens the face of the bat and is looking for the single. He gets it. So that's a 50 up for the West Indies.
They've done well here, the West Indies. 50 for 1. This is over number 5. Still in progress, being bowled by Harris Rauf. And he's a man who could spark something here for Pakistan, and he did. He got a wicket off Andrew, had him drop earlier in the over, then got him out caught at a wide-ish mid-on. And he'll want to send back. the captain as quickly as he can. There's someone moving in front of the side screen. Umpire Bassarat is trying to get their attention as Aga as well, Pakistani captain. He gets into it.
And Umpire Butler
Yeah.
has gotten up as well. I think, we go back to the toss where Shea Hope would have lost the toss and they were sent into the field. He spoke about a big part of them winning this game is going to be a better start. They've not started the power play well. It's a problem that they've had in T20 internationals dating back to even the World Cup, where they were losing 2 and 3 wickets in the power play. So now they're in a situation where they've gotten the start that skipper Hope would have asked for. As barring they don't lose any wicket, this has been an excellent start. Here is Ralph into Hope, and that one keeping a bit low and ricocheting off the wicket keeper straight to the man at short fine leg, and Ralph completes another good over. You have to say he picks up his first wicket and just 8 runs off it at the end of 5. The West Indies are going at 10 and over. It's 54 on.
Seems as if Fahim Ashraf would continue from the far end. Not a bad first over at all from him. I think they should continue with him. Yes, they are.
Yeah, just 4 runs off his first. I've not seen Sofian Mukim bowl in the power play in this series, and I don't think they want to risk. I think he's so good outside of the power play. When you give him his full complement of 5 fielders out, he's so much more dangerous.
He's one that they will have to put off immediately when he comes in. Here's Fahim Ashraf.
Into Athanaze. Athanaze is down the track and he's hitting this one down to fine leg, and is way too fine for Mukim, who's in the circle, runs away for 4, and Athanaze continues on the charge for the West Indies. It's 54 for 1.
Yeah, Sufyan Mukim, they had no chance at all.
Now he saw Athanaze charging down the track and he went short, and Athanaze still had enough time to work the ball around, and it got the inside half of the bat, but it was in the general area that Athanaze was looking to hit. There's Ashraf running into Athanaze, and he's working this one down to deep backward square, and Farhan is out there. They get 1.
And yeah, you could see him. He was he had an afterthought where he was thinking he should have hit the ball straight back over the bowler's head in that vacant region. But he gets a single, 55 for 1. They're going well at the moment, the West Indies.
I think it's important for Hope to be there in those middle overs where Mukim operates, because Hope is one of the better players of spin in this West Indies team. You want him to be batting Mukim a lot and trying to throw Mukim off, as you mentioned. Having Athanaze out there is also not a bad option with his reverse sweeps and sweeps. Here is Ashraf into Hope, and Hope hits this one straight to mid-on. He was looking to go over the top, and Ashraf, it was a bit of an off-cutter. Hope not getting enough on it and hit it just wide of the man at the long on, but he still is able to pick it up.
So at the moment, I'll see them a bit quiet. Will we get a cracker like last night?
I think a lot of West Indian fans would hope not for the heart attack. Says Ashraf, and Hope is punching this one into the offside, but there is a man out on the sweeper boundary. Just 1. So Hope trying to keep it ticking where he can't score boundaries. He is trying to rotate the strike. He's usually a slow starter. Is Shea Hope does have the ability to catch up in the end, but he doesn't. He's not the type, he's not the Chris Gayle to try to hit everything early on. He's brought Athanaze back on strike. Score is 56 for 1. 2 deliveries to go in the power play, and Alec Athanaze, what a start! 30 of 15. Here is Ashraf into Athanaze again, and he's working this one into the mid-wicket region for a single. Good bowling. You've got to give credit to Fahim Ashraf when your star bowlers like Nawaz, who's been excellent in the series, has been thrown off early. The responsibility of a bowler like Ashraf becomes so much more important, and he has really stepped up here tonight.
The first game he got some hammer, but he is showing that he can recover from that. He's a bowler with a lot of variety, Ashraf.
He's a thinking bowler. He realizes that pace on is not the way. Here is Ashraf into Hope. Final delivery of the power play. And Hope is powering this one down to deep extra cover. They'll look for two. And brilliant running between the wickets from Hope and Athanaze. They pick up two. And at the end of the power play, the West Indies are 59 for 1. You've got to be happy with that if you're a West Indian.
Yeah, they're close to 10 and over. And remember, they're chasing 190. So they're way ahead. Well, not way ahead, but they're in line with what is required here at the moment. And that is very good for the West Indies. Good start. They needed to take advantage of that power play. And, it continues to underscore the point that this is a better track for batting than last night.
Yeah, 100%. I think both teams struggle in last night's wicket. I'm not sure what magic the ground staff has worked overnight, but it's become a much better pitch for T20 cricket. So Mohamed Nawaz is going to be brought back into the attack. First over, going for 17. He was taken apart by that man, Alec Athanaze, who is on strike at the moment.
Well, the Pakistanis are not playing matchups, are they? Because Alec Athanaze is still in there.
100%. Athanaze 31 of 16. And I think what makes Athanaze so much more dangerous as well on this wicket against this bowling attack is that when Mukim comes in and when Nawaz bowled that first over, those sweeps and reverse sweeps become so important as a run scoring option. When you have a man who can play 360 degrees of the wicket, he is a dangerous player to have. Here is Nawaz round the wicket to Athanaze. Slower, and Athanaze just pushing it, trying to wait the shot, and he did it nicely.
Oh.
And that's 2 easy runs.
That's brilliant. That is absolutely brilliant. He waited the shot. He was very, very aware of where the fielders were. This is intelligent batting by Athanaze.
Well, they're taking note from what Pakistan did well, and that is when Ayub and Farhan, who put on a brilliant partnership, when they weren't able to hit boundaries, they were waiting the shots nicely and running two. They were running hard. And Andrew started off well with Athanaze, and Hope is continuing that. Nawaz round the wicket. Athanaze pulling out the sweep. Umpire Basrat is being called into question here.
But he stands firm. He says not out. Let's see if Pakistan will go for the review. Look in the sweep there.
Well, they're looking interested.
Umpire Basrat is normally a very solid umpire.
But they've gone for it. With just 3 seconds left on the timer, they've gone upstairs. And it's going to be interesting because Athanaze, it's always difficult as a left-hand spinner bowling around the wicket to get that LBW appeal going your way. But Athanaze did take a step across before looking to sweep there. So we'll have to wait and see. But I think it's going to be quite close as the third umpire is being called in.
I think it was pitch outside the leg.
Well, if it didn't pitch outside leg, I think that's out. Because it looks to be crashing in to the stumps. It's all about where that ball pitched.
I think from my vision here, I'm seeing that it did pitch outside the leg. We'll wait to see. Was there bat on it as well?
Well, there was.
So yeah. So no need to go for the tracker. There was bat. Excellent decision there by umpire Bassarat. I said before, he's a very solid umpire.
Yeah, so Athanaze, he continues here. Maybe a bit lucky because I think that if that ball didn't get that on the edge, it would have been very, very close. It looked to be almost out. So a review lost for Pakistan. But Mohamed Nawaz, he is back around the wicket to Athanaze. 33 of 18 deliveries. Here is Nawaz. And Athanaze off the back foot, hitting it straight to the man at short fine leg, and Hope sends him back.
Yeah, good call there from Hope. That was dangerous. But nice use of the feet from Athanaze. He went back deep into his crease and was able to work it away.
Once again, the middle overs have been dominated by the Pakistan spinners. And they need at the moment to continue on that note, where the West Indies will want to continue to run well. Here's Athanaze. He's hitting this one into the onside and gets 2 more runs. Excellent running once again.
So far, so good from these two.
I've really liked the look of Athens in this innings. Not just the boundaries that he's hit, but when he's not being able to hit the boundaries, he's always looking for two. So important when you're chasing big totals. It's Nawaz again, shorter. And Athens putting this one to the right of the fielder at short, fine leg. Straight to the backward square. They can't get two this time, they'll get one. So the West Indies 64 for one delivery to go in the 7th. So they've slowed down. After the first two, they were 33. And at the moment, they're slowing down a bit. The last 5 overs, 41 for 1.
What do you expect when the field is relaxed as well, that there will be, the run it will take a little dip. Also, the fact that they lost a wicket, a period of consolidation as well.
Hope onto the back foot, pushing this one down to deep cover for a single. So they're keeping it ticking. At the end of 7, the West Indies are 65 for 1. So a bit of a conference for Mohamed Nawaz and the skipper Salman Aga. Usually at this point in time we see Sufyan Mukim, but it's going to be Saim Ayub, who at the moment, to me, he is the front runner for player of the series if Pakistan are to win this game. He's picked up 4 wickets for 40 runs in 6 overs. He scored 2 half centuries. And he's been a good fielder as well. Bowled his full 4 overs last night for 20 runs, picked up 2 wickets. And he is in to bowl the 8th over here against the West Indies captain Shea Hope. Here is Ayub into Hope. And Hope deep into the crease, moving this one down to deep mid-wicket for a single. 66 for 1. So it's going to be interesting to see how Athens plays him. And I think the reverse sweep is something that's definitely going to be on young Athens' mind. He loves that shot and he plays it to good effect. He's got a deep cover, long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square. That's the 5 on the boundary. Here is Ayub to Athens. And just as we mentioned, Alec Athens has pulled out the reverse first up to Saim Ayub and hit him over point for 4. A lovely shot and a lovely bit of innovation from the young man.
Yeah, he has mastered that, hasn't he? And that will put Saim Ayub off a bit. Definitely will put him off a bit.
Well, it's called for a meeting between both him and the skipper, and now Mohammed Harris has joined in. They're thinking about putting the deep point just to cut that shot out. And that... we are waiting to see. There's a short third man. The cover is gone, and now deep cover has gone to backward point, a deep point, which opens up the offside boundary for Athens to hit over cover. So he's manipulating the field well. Let's see how he goes now. He gives himself room and hits it straight to cover, but you can see what his plan was. He got the fielder to move from deep cover to backward point. Now he's going to give himself room to try to hit over the cover fielder. Smart batting from Athens, just the execution there was not great. As Ayub is in again. And Athens playing the late cut just for a single. Takes the score on to 71 for 1. Athens is on to 41.
A good start here by the West Indies. Once these two, all they need to do is to play overs cricket now. Take it down, stay in the game, keep wickets in hand, and they play overs cricket. Just get the overs going by. And all of a sudden, they'll be in a position to really launch.
And Ayub into Hope. And Hope just pushing it to the vacant mid-wicket region. Ayub has to get around and do the fielding, and they get another single.
So I think Athens has rattled Pakistan here, to be honest. And he has them very busy in the unorthodox manner in which he has played. don't think they expected Athens to be the one going at them here tonight.
I think they knew what they were getting when Joel Andrew walked out because he plays one way. Here is Ayub in to Athens again, giving himself some room and cutting down to deep backward point. And there is another single. So 72 for 1. And a good over from Saim Ayub. 73 the end of 8. Ayub 7 runs, in fact 8 runs of his over. Won't mind that too much. Came back well after Athens hit him for 4 first delivery.
Well, they're going at 9 and over, which is not bad at all. They don't want to drop too low from that. They want to keep in and around that region. Also try to keep wickets in hand.
So Sofian Mukim, is it, or is it going to be Nawaz? Looks like Nawaz.
Yes, it is. It is Nawaz.
He's going to be bowling to the left-handed Alec Athens, 42 of 25. He's had a good night so far. He'd want to take the West Indies home. 73 for 1 and 9. Here is Nawaz into Athens. Gives himself room. Goes over cover. And it's actually off the outside edge more than anything. But gets a single down to deep point. But you can see the field there. There's no one out on the deep cover boundary. The man's at deep point.
Yeah, Hassan Ali's down at deep point. Now they are making a change in the field because the right-handed Hope comes into strike. It was Hassan Ali was a pretty... Well, he was backward point on the boundary. It was not point. And I think had Alec played earlier, he would have gotten it into the gap.
So here is Nawaz into Hope. Hope down the track. He's gone over cover. The cover fielder runs in. Should be an easy catch. And the Shea Hope's dismal series continues. He has to go for 7 of 9 deliveries. Mohamed Nawaz has picked up another wicket.
And same script from the first game and the second game. Should Nawaz take another wicket in this over? Ill advised to go down the track there at that point in time. They were well within the game here at 9 and over.
Well, I think Hope was trying to get his rhythm. He was out of rhythm for the entirety of the innings, and he was just trying to get his rhythm. And, it didn't work out for him in the end. He has to go. And that brings Shafeen Rutherford in at number 4. Still no Casey Carty. And it makes me think if Casey Carty is playing as a specialist fielder.
Well, Carty should be in earlier. Makes no sense batting Carty at 6 and 7. I would like to see Rutherford there because of the huge target that they're chasing. Well, let's see if Shafeen Rutherford tees off here. It could be good news for the West Indies.
But if he tees off early, it makes it easier for the finishers of the innings, so to speak. Romario Shepherd, Jason Holder, who was the hero of last night. Gudakesh Moti as well. And, Roston Chase is also a part of this team. He's been batting at many different positions. And he's always willing to do a job for the team. So Rutherford is in at number 4. Mohamed Nawaz picking up his 7th wicket of the series. He's been expensive tonight, but he's come back pretty well in his second over. Just went for 7. In fact, he just went for 6, and now he's gone for just the 1 run in this over and the wicket of Shea Hope, the big wicket of the West Indies skipper, who's had a pretty bad series with the bat in hand. He struggled. So Shafeen Rutherford is about to face his first delivery as Nawaz. And Rutherford driving off the inside edge. And down to short fine leg, no run. You can see a bit of pressure building on the West Indians at the moment. 74 for 2. And 3 deliveries to go in the 10th over. Rutherford, they need him tonight. They need him to come big. He's been out of form. Oh, and he's looking to hit this one a long way over deep backward square, but it is a wide. He took a step back to try to open up the onside, did not pick up with it, and it's a wide ball. .75 for 2 now. It's Nawaz in to Shafeen Rutherford. And he's gone high in the air and a long, long way. So Rutherford is back to his normal self, hitting the ball out of the ground early. He takes the score to 81. A big six over long off. Harris Ralph could have only watched it sail over his head.
That was a big one, wasn't it? That was handsome. As he just came forward and took it down the ground. The West Indian fans here, they enjoyed that.
And Nawaz has been guilty of over-pitching a couple times in this game. And the West Indies have been able to take full advantage because they're backing themselves to hit through the line of the ball on a good wicket. Here's Nawaz again. And this time Rutherford plays it straight to the man at short mid-wicket. The skipper Aga gets in, fires in the return. A good hit on the stumps, but Rutherford was home and dry.
Excellent effort there by Aga. But Rutherford is really quick between the sticks. So it's turning out to be a good over for the West Indies, although Shea Hope was dismissed early on.
Yeah, they just need to finish off the over well. It's at the 10 over mark, Pakistan were 83 without loss. I think the advantage that they have on the West Indies is that the West Indies have lost 2 wickets.
Yep.
82 for 2. 1 delivery to go in the 10th over. And it's Nawaz in to Alec Athenes. And he's flicking this one to short fine leg. So all is square at the 10 over mark. Both teams would have ended on 83. The West Indies finished their 10th over at 83 for 2. In fact, it's a 9th over.
Yeah, you had me counting all the time there. I was wondering, I said, to myself, they started the bowl from this end. And your boys next door there, the scorers, they were probably thinking, what were you saying? 83 for 2 and over still to go to take it up to the midway stage of the innings.
So at the moment, the West Indies actually in a lot better of a position than Pakistan were.
In terms of runs scored.
Yeah, they did lose 2 wickets. So it looks like Ayub is going to continue. He bowled a pretty good first over. In fact, it's Sofian Mukim.
Well, 2 left-handers in here at the moment. Mukim is going to take the ball away from both of them because he's a Chinaman googly bowling back of the arm left hand. So
I don't think, though, that Sheffield Rutherford or Alec Athenes would mind this. Both of them are very good reverse sweepers of the ball. We've seen Sheffield Rutherford burst onto the scene, I think it was about 5-6 years ago maybe, playing for the Ghana Amazon Warriors in the CPL. And I remember a game, he was batting against Sunil Narayan, who is known to be one of the best bowlers, best off-spinners in T20 cricket ever, probably the best. And Rutherford was about 18, 19, maybe 20, and he started reverse sweeping Sunil Narayan out of the park in Providence. So he's got that shot in his arsenal, and well, Athenes has played it with ease.
Yeah, Athenes has perfected it. So he has to take a delivery or 2 here and look at Mukim. Mukim is a very good bowler. Here he is Sufyan, and the first delivery plays the reverse sweep down to the boundary for 4.
Well, it's the 3rd time he's played that shot in this innings, and all 3 times he's absolutely nailed it. He's beating, but what was good about that is there is a man out at deep point. So he played it a lot finer. He played it almost behind the keeper. Hassan Ali had short fine leg, diving to his right, couldn't get it. And Alec Athenes is continuing to throw the Pakistanis off. He's on to 48 of 28 deliveries. It's 87 for 2.
I don't think they catered for Alec Athenes here tonight, and he has batted like a champion.
He's batting like a man with a point to prove. Here is Mukim, and Athenes is back and looking to cut a faster delivery from Mukim. Good thinking.
One thing about Mukim, he has been varying his pace more than even his direction. His pace has been the key. We've seen numerous quick deliveries from him.
Here he is again. And Athenes is deep into his crease and working this one down to long on for a single. So Athenes is on to 49, approaching half century here. He's got a high score of 40 in T20, so he's past that now. It's just his 60 T20 international. In comes Rutherford to face Mukim for the first time. 88 for 2. Down the leg side, and Sheffield Rutherford has missed out there. A rare bad delivery from Mukim. It was flat and fast, going down leg. Rutherford got back onto it, but hit it straight to Shah at a short fine.
I think that he'll be angry with himself. He missed out on a treat there. That's like being served an egg ball on Starbrook Market on a Saturday morning.
Oh, and Rutherford almost chopping this one onto the stumps. Well. Mukim will count himself unlucky there. So one delivery to go in the 10th over, 88 for 2. The West Indies would just want to get out of this over without losing a wicket. Here is Mukim into Rutherford. Short and wide, cut away, straight to the man at point. And he has misfielded it and it's gone down to deep cover. And they pick up 2. So Rutherford is looking good at the moment. He moves on to 9. At the end of the 10th over, the West Indies going at 9 runs and over. It's 90 for 2. So we're back here at the Central Broad Regional Park. 100 runs to get in 10 overs. The West Indies are 90 for 2. A good start. A much better start than they've had in any game in this series thus far.
Yeah, it's a good batting track, and Alex Atenes has gone out there with a very positive frame of mind. And I think that is why you're seeing what you're seeing at the moment.
Here is Ayub. Athanaze is on 49. He cuts, and there's a man out at deep point, which is not often you see that for a batsman against an off spinner. But a well played half century for Alec Athanaze, a maiden half century for the young man from Dominica. What a revelation he has been for West Indies cricket. You could see the amount of potential this young man has. And, you know, when you look at guys like him, Casey Carty, Joel Andrew, the guys from the islands are really coming to the party for the West Indies.
Yeah, Kaveem Hodge as well. I know, surprised that Hodge was not included recently, but Kaveem Hodge, very dear friends with Alec Athanaze. Kaveem Hodge has also done well.
So Rutherford on strike now. He is on 9 of 6. The West Indies 91 for 2. Here is Ayub round the wicket into Rutherford. Rutherford drives up and over. There's no one out at deep cover, and that's racing into the boundary. So Sherfin Rutherford picking up from where he left off. He's on to 13. It's 95 for 2.
Yeah, you can see Rutherford there was eyeing that area even before Ayub bowled the ball. You probably didn't see that. And fed him in that region.
Well, we're going to see the change now, and I think Pakistan slipped a bit there because for Rutherford, you would want that deep cover and not the point. The point is more for Athanaze to cut out that reverse sweep. Here's Ayub into Rutherford, and he's looking to pull this one straight down to deep backward square, and he gets a single.
So, 6 in the over so far. No need to do anything silly.
So now they're going to go with the point for Athanaze. So you expect Athanaze to take a step back and try to hit the ball over cover. Here's Ayub, round the wicket. And Athanaze getting inside the line this time and working it down to deep square. Timing it a bit too well. I think he was disappointed there because what he's done a lot in this innings, other than hit boundaries, is weight his shot nicely into the outside and run hard.
I think what the West Indies need to do at this point, the batters out there, they can't be looking at 190. They should be looking at this point in time, to
as Ayub is pitching this one up a bit, Rutherford pushing it down to long on.
Yeah, well, the score is now, 98 for 2. What they should be looking at this point in time is just 92 runs. You don't look at the big total in front of you. You look at what's balanced. So that's 92. 8 after this 9 overs to get 92 runs, and you have 8 wickets in hand.
So a deep point, a long off, a long on, deep mid wicket, deep square. Ayub to Athanaze, and Athanaze pushing this one nicely to cover, and Rutherford sending him back.
Well, that was definitely a single.
Well, I thought so. I thought they could have done a bit better there, and you can see Rutherford now apologizing to Athanaze.
He slept away, Rutherford. I think Rutherford just fell asleep. Unbelievable.
So at the end of 11 now, the West Indies 98 for 2. Sherfin Rutherford is 15 not out of 9 deliveries. Alec Athanaze 51 of 33 and 92 runs required in 54 deliveries. Just about 10 and over. And at the moment, the game hangs in the balance.
Yeah, definitely the game is in the balance at this point in time. Anything over the next few overs, we should see over the next 2 or 3 overs how it really heads, which direction it will head in. But at the moment, it's nicely poised. It's a good crowd on hand here, and I think that we're in for a good game.
Well, here's Mukeem. Starts off with a very good delivery, a Yorker to Sherfin Rutherford, and he's signaling to Athanaze that one was through the front of the hand, and it was piece on. So Rutherford will just have to keep a wary of Mukeem here. Here he is. Rutherford off the back foot, punches it nicely into the onside and gets Alec Athanaze back on strike. You tend to see at times wickets fall after that drinks break, or just maybe slow down things a bit. And Pakistan would have been happy to get the drinks break at the point which they did.
Yeah, definitely. There's one thing to quiet down a bit. Alec Athanaze, he's looking over his shoulder, deep backward square. Harris Rauf is not put in that position. So let's see how he goes.
Here's Mukeem. Athanaze pulls out the reverse. He misses it. And an appeal. And immediately Mohamed Harris is calling on Salman Ali Agha. And I think they're going to send this one upstairs.
I think they have one review remaining. Are they going to use it now? Harris doesn't get his wish. He turns, he walks away. I don't think Harris is happy he wanted that. But they only have one review and they probably think that it's not the time to use it.
So it is a leg by, is it?
What seemed to be going down the leg side. Good decision there.
Oh, the West Indies are now 99 for 2. Here is Mukim again. Rutherford going over the top, not timing it well. Down to deep cover for a single.
He has this way of arching backwards and looking to drive. And sometimes I feel that the power, he's not getting the sort of power he would need. Rather than go into the shot, he can hit it over cover, even into the stands.
And he drives with an open face. He drives pretty much down to point a lot of the time. So the 100 comes up for the West Indies. 101 for 2. And Mukim is into Athanaze again. And Athanaze off the back foot. Mukim is bowling brilliantly, as he has done for the entirety of this series.
The 100 is up, by the way. It's 101 for 2. He's bowling what we in Trinidad and Tobago has become known for seeing from Dave Tadpole Mohammed.
Athanaze looking to go big across the line. A faster delivery from Mukim. And he has missed it completely at the end of the 12th over. It's 101 for 2. The West Indies need 89. But that was a brilliant over from Sufyan Mukim. Just, 4 runs off it? 3 runs off it.
Excellent over indeed from Mukim. He has now, 2 overs for 11. Not bad. Not bad at all in the circumstance here.
So Ayub to continue. Ayub has not been bad himself. 2 overs for 16. The spinners have always dominated the middle overs against West Indies. We could date back to the days of Pollard and Marlon Samuels and these guys. The spinners have always dominated the West Indies in the middle overs.
Well, I think what the West Indies need to do is just to play them smartly and just wait for Harris and Hassan Ali at the back end, even Fahim Ashram.
And that was a good looking shot from Rutherford. He gave himself some room to cut and hit it straight to the skipper Aga, who has been excellent. He's been a live wire in the field and there is no run. Umpire Leslie for Juniors warming up at backward square as if he's going to bowl the next one. Here is Ayub. Rutherford takes a step back towards the square leg umpire and hits his down to deep mid wicket for a single. Ayub following him and trying to steer in that Yorker.
Well, this is an important passage of play. The next 3-4 overs, very, very important here for the West Indies. Strike rotation is key here. They will get the bad ball, they can put away, but strike rotation is the key. They can't look to soak up too many balls because it'll push them too far back.
Here's Ayub into Athanaze. Athanaze looking to go big over deep mid wicket. He's gone into the gap and he's picked up a boundary. A much needed boundary for the West Indies after a couple of quiet overs. Alec Athanaze breaks the shackles just a bit.
Yeah, he gets the crowd on their feet here at Central Broad. It was an excellent shot, looking to hit it forward of square and get it into that gap because the field at deep mid wicket was very square indeed. So he wanted to get that gap, get it into that gap, and he did excellently there.
And he's a short man, so he gets underneath the ball very easily. And, he was able to take that ball any part of the ground he wanted. Here is Ayub again. Into Athanaze. Down the track. Straight. And I don't know if he's gotten all of this. He's not gotten all. He's gotten enough for it to go for 4. And Alec Athanaze is putting on a batting clinic against Pakistan here. He is on to 60 now, and the West Indies are 110 for 2.
Well, that shot was as straight as a drive from the airport in Dominica to Rosso. 110 for 2.
Here's Ayub. Athanaze rocking back and hitting this one straight to cover.
Losing power as he pulled away.
He's trying to make room once again. That's been a factor all night. There's no one at deep cover. The man is out at deep point to counteract the reverse sweep. But Ayub's length is what has been good. Here he is again. And Athanaze is peeling off the outside edge. And he has to go. Ayub strikes. Athanaze has to go. And a simple catch for Kudsar Shah at short third man. Athenaeus, a well-paid 60, but he has to go.
And that's a big, big blow for the West Indies there. Athenaeus was looking so fine. He got the West Indies into this position. It was brilliant. And this is one time where you wanted him to play the reverse sweep. You won't have mind Athenaeus playing the reverse sweep and getting out caught there rather than that shot that he played. Now remember, Saim was taking the ball away from him, and I'm very surprised that he tried to go through the leg side with it, knowing that he's so proficient with the reverse sweep.
Well, Athenaeus has a good night. It comes to an end 60 of 40 deliveries, 8 fours and a 6. And in comes the big man, the test captain, Ruston Chase, in at number 5. And I don't know, I would have probably gone Carty here, but I think Chase and Carty are similar type players in a situation like this.
Chase did look good last night, though, for the short time that he was in there. But again, you have Carty on the team and you're not batting the man. You know, what's the sense having Carty in the team? He's a top order batsman.
I think Chase is a very good player of spin, and that is probably why Sheikh Hope and Darren Sammy have decided to go with him at number 5 instead of Casey Carty. And, you know, it's getting to that time now, though, with 80 required of 7 overs, where Romario Shepherd and Jason Holder, Gudukesh Moti are getting ready to do what they do, and that's finish a game. Here is Mukim. He's in to bowl to Rutherford. Rutherford looking to cut, but with no foot movement. Kind of just threw his hands at it, and the ball went straight into the keeper's hands. No run.
Yeah, I'm not seeing, apart from the 60 he struck early on, I'm not seeing the energy from Shilfin tonight.
He needs to snap into it now. 80 to get from 41, 110 for 3. Here is Mukim. And Rutherford look at the cut, and that's a lovely shot. It's a bit of touch from a powerful player, and Rutherford picks up a boundary. He knows that Mukim is bowling with pace, so he knows if he could get that ball past short third, it's going to be 4.
Well, yeah, he played that very, very late. Had he played that later, he would have played it in the ODI series. And that goes so far.
Yeah, Mukim bowling at a good pace, so Rutherford, he just waited and opened the face very late, as you mentioned, and into the boundary. 114 for 3. Rutherford is on to 22 now of 16 deliveries. Here is Mukim again. And Rutherford cuts, but there's a man out there at deep cover point. Just one. Mukim into his third over. Ayub one more to go. Nawaz has got another. So 3 overs of spin. Fahim Ashraf, though, has been, to me, the smartest bowler on the night. Other than Mukim, Ashraf has bowled very well. His 2 overs have just gone for about 13 runs.
Well, he'll have no choice but to attack Ashraf when he comes back in.
Chase with the reverse, and he's played it fine. Very fine. Hassan Ali is giving chase. It's going to be close. And they get 2 runs. Good work from Hassan Ali.
Yeah, he's a good athlete, Hassan Ali.
And he might have hurt himself in the process. He's holding on to his knee and he's limping back. But seems to be able... In fact, he's stopped again. So he's just trying to stretch it out at the moment. But once again, Chase taking note from Athenaeus and trying to throw Mukim off with that reverse sweep is something we've not seen enough of from the West Indies in this series.
7 in the over so far.
As Mukim takes the pace off and he misses it. Mohamed Harris was quick to hit the stumps, but there is nothing off it as a dot ball.
Good offer by Chase though, but he needed to go wider. He was trying to hit straight down the ground. The ball gripped off the track and spun away from the bat. Had he opened up the bit and looked to go over extra cover, he might have made contact.
What Mukim did well is that he gave it some air. He's noticing now that they're looking to play him late because he's bowling quickly. It's this one straight back to him and he fires in the return. A bit of aggression shown from Sofian Mukim. Finishes off the over with 2 dots. At the end of 14, it's 117 for 3. The West Indies need 73 runs in 6 overs. It's getting to that time where you can't send Carty in next if a wicket falls. You've got to get the big hitters, the heavy lifters, Romario Shepherd and Jason Holder. Even Moti, I think, is probably the best man suited to come in next.
Well, Chase and Rutherford is having a chat. They're looking at the scoreboard. So they will know that at this point in time, the required run rate is 12. 11.83 to be exact.
It's gone up now to 12.16. So 12 runs and over is as simple as you can make it here for the West Indies. And Saim Ayub is going to come and finish off his spell. 3 overs, 1 for 25. Just above 8 and over. Picked up the big wicket of Athanaze, who looked so good tonight. 60 of 40.
Well, he has to go here. He has to go, Sheffield. Has been in there for a while. And he'll have to attack Saim Ayub. He has no choice. Because the overs are now whittling away.
Yeah, they need a big one. Here is Ayub into Rutherford. Off the back foot, punches. And he's looking... He can't get two there. He's hit straight to deep cover. Gets a single. Oh, Chase. Another good player of spin. I wonder what that conversation would be between Chase and Rutherford there. Because I think you want Rutherford to be the man there at the end. Based on what he's capable of, what he's done in the past for the West Indies. Maybe you get Chase going early. You get Chase to go after and Rutherford to stick around. Here comes Saim Ayub into Chase. Chase looking at sweep, a lovely shot behind square, and it races into the boundary for 4. And that is why Ruston Chase was sent out there for that long reach that he has.
Elegant. That shot there from Ruston Chase. A languid player. So that was big. No, they still require 7 in this over.
So 68 to get from 34 deliveries. Chase has looked good since he's come in. He's shuffling a bit, and he was off the back foot, punching this one down to deep cover for a single. Chase, a very good player of spin. Still has an over of Mukim to face. 6 runs off the over already. Still 3 to go. 123 for 6, the West Indies. For 3, in fact. Here is Ayubi. Oh, another fella hit this one out of road. A big hit from Sheffield Rutherford. It was short and he was on it in a flash. Rock back and hit that one over deep mid wicket.
Well, that is what he's known for, his big hitting. But the bat speed was the key there. That ball was not that short for the shot. The bat came down on that very quickly with a full swing, a golf swing, if you may. And that, I think that landed in Joy's roti shop.
It wasn't all that short, that you rightfully said, and it's that bat speed. It's the picking up the length quickly. It's something he does well, and he is now on to 30, and the West Indies are 129 for 3. This one's short and wide, and Rutherford, if he had left that, it would have been a wide.
Yeah, he would have. What was he trying to do there?
I think
he just lost it.
Yeah, I think he should have left that. I think it's an error, a lapse in judgment. They've gotten the 12 that they were thinking about. Jason Holder's padded up. You can see him there on the big screen. He's padded up. They've gotten the 12 of the over. Here's Ayub. And Rutherford chasing after it again. And it is a wide this time. So 13 runs off the over. Still a delivery to go. And you can see Ruston Chase coming down the wicket. Maybe to tell Rutherford, if you're going to flash at those deliveries, don't walk across. Let them be called wide. And 13 runs of the over there, 130 now the West Indies. 1 delivery to go in Ayub's spell. And a Yorker, a good Yorker from Saim Ayub to close off. Good over for the West Indies at the end of 15, 130 for 3.
Yeah, so what, 13 in the over, so they've gotten their allocation, but they got that 13 with about 3 deliveries to go, and that is when you look to cut into the next over. In the event that one of these bowlers turn up here and bowl a good over, that could have been the over where you look to take some extra runs, and then you look to play out Mukim, because Mukim has been excellent.
Well, they're holding back Sofian Mukim now. It's Hassan Ali who's going to come in. Hassan Ali, who has bowled just the one over, the opening over, where Joel Andrew lent into him. He went for 16. He is in to bowl to a set Rutherford and a Ruston Chase, who has looked in good form.
Yeah, Chase just needs to give it to Rutherford. Give the strike to Rutherford. That's all he needs to do.
It's going to be interesting to see where Hassan Ali is going to take this game going forward. He has not had a great series. He's not playing the first game. Came in yesterday, 4 overs for 48. And after a bad first over, he's into bowl to Chase. Chase is on 7. The West Indies 130 for 3. Here is Hassan Ali. Short. Pulled away from Chase. And he's hit it straight to deep mid wicket. So get a single. That one rushing on to Chase a bit.
Yeah, that one came on quickly. You know, he's one of those kiddie bowlers, Hassan Ali. Not a tall man. He gets the ball to skid through. And with the required rate being 12, so they need 11 now. Again, just to stay in it. Stay in the game. Keep wickets.
Rutherford 30 of 21, 2 4s and 2 6s. He was in a position where he struggled against Australia. He's struggled in the first 2 games here, and he needs to come good for the West Indies. And no better way for him to come good than to deliver them a series win after a couple of series where they have been struggling. So Hassan Ali has brought up the deep square leg. Here he is, round the wicket, into Sherfane Rutherford, takes a step across, and driving off the inner half of the bat. You look for 2, and they'll get there. Good bit of running from Rutherford and Ruston Chase. And this is what's important. Those 2s are very important. We've said it from the Pakistan innings straight to now. 2 runs is very important.
So they have to be busy. They have to be busy out there. 8 now to get, or is it 9 more to reach the 12 for the over.
And they've gotten 3 in the first 2. So Hassan Ali is looking to move Harris Rao very fine there at short field man. There he is, into Rutherford. And swing and a miss. If Rutherford picked up with that, that would have gone a long way.
Yeah,
but
definitely.
He's missed out.
Can't lose the plot here.
An important dot ball. It's a good offer though from Rutherford because it was pitched up. You're not going to get too many pitched up from Hassan Ali in this stage of the game, but it was very wide on the wide line. It's Hassan Ali again. Good delivery. Yorker on the line of the stumps. And Rutherford has to keep it out. Good bowling. This has been a very good comeback over from Hassan Ali. 3 runs off it.
Well, Hassan Ali is an experienced campaigner. And this is what you're seeing from him. He might have gone for some tap early on, but he's going to come back. He's that sort of bowler. I think he's taken about 68, 69 wickets in T20 internationals for Pakistan. That should tell something.
So he's making some changes in the field. He's added a man into the third man region, Kutzil Shah, and he's moved around the point. There's also a deep backward point. He's going to go wide, is he? There he is, Hassan Ali to Rutherford. Shot! And the top edge over the keeper's head. And a welcome boundary for Sherfane Rutherford. Hassan Ali is on the floor and he can't believe it. But Rutherford picks up a boundary.
But you can't really set a field for that, could you? Rutherford knows that they're still 5 short to get up to that 12 in this over.
And how many times have we seen that top edge be such an important factor in close situations like this? We saw an inside edge last night take Jason Holder over the line for the West Indies. Those fine margins.
53 required now for the West Indies to win this and the series.
Hassan Ali, final delivery of the over. Rutherford drives down to a deep backward point. And he's picked up a boundary. He's hit that so well. It went like a tracer bullet. And Sherfane Rutherford, he gets close to the target. They get 11 runs of the over. So 24 in the last 2 for the West Indies. And they are now 141 for 3 at the end of the 16th over. 53 to get.
Well, 49 to get now. It's 141 for 3, 49 to get in the last 4 overs.
12 runs and over. And Fahim Ashraf is brought back into the attack. In fact, it's Rauf who has bowled brilliantly. 2 overs, 1 for 13. Ruston Chase, I've seen him a couple times get almost stuck playing against the faster bowlers. Where, he's looking to pull, but he gets sort of caught up. So I think Rauf might be a bit of a challenge for him. But what we've also seen is that anybody who's been paced on the ball has gone a long way.
Well, Rauf has asked third man to come find her.
Here he is, into Chase. Chase takes a step across and looking to drive, but it's just kissing that wide line. And because Chase took that step across, umpire Basrat was not able to call that a wide. A dot ball.
Umpire Basrat explaining to him. Good call. 23 to get 49.
It's a close one. It's definitely going to be a close finish. Once again, this series has not starved us of excitement. Here is Rauf. He pulls out of his run now. Ruston Chase is on strike. Here's Rauf. Chase drives down to the backward point. They'll look for 2. But Chase wants it and he gets it. Excellent. Brilliant running. And Rutherford gets back.
Dives in, Rutherford.
But I'm not sure how. Hassan Ali had no involvement in that play. And he ended up on his back.
Well, he ended up getting the ball. Did he? I think he saved that extra run.
Hassan Ali, what an energizer he is for this Pakistan team. A bit of fielding out there though from the deep backward point fielder, but Ruston Chase was adamant to pick up 2 runs, forcing Rutherford almost, and they were able to get through for the double. So 47 now to get from 22. The West Indies 143.
They need a big over. They need a big over here.
It's so meticulous in the way that Salman Aga has marshaled his troops. He's making a field change almost every delivery and just trying to make sure every man is in the right position, because it's one of those pitches where anything can happen. You can go either way. Here is Rauf in to bowl to Chase. Chase is deep in the crease, looking to drive and beaten for pace from Harris Rauf. Another dot.
Chauffeur Rutherford throws his head in the air. Every dot is pushing the West Indies further back here now. Need some really huge hits. They need a 20-run over here to get back in this one.
You've got Holder, you've got Shepherd, you've got Moti, you've got Carty. Who do you send next?
Definitely Holder. Holder has to come.
Yeah, he's the man with the golden bat, the golden ball, the golden everything at the moment. Here is Rauf. He's running away from us to bowl to Chase. Wide. That's way too wide. A good take from the wicketkeeper Harris though.
I've been impressed with Harris, the wicketkeeper.
He's a top athlete. I mean, we saw that a bit of athleticism yesterday to get rid of Moti, where he dived forward and flicked the ball back. Before Moti could get back, he was excellent. And he hasn't put a foot wrong, really, in this series. So they're coming out, the sub-fielder is coming on now to just offer a towel to Harris Rauf.
I think he's offering more than that. He's going to offer some advice.
And umpire Bassarat, like the police officer he is.
He chases him off.
Yeah. Can't come in the middle of the over just like that.
Umpire Bassarat is a TN police, back in Trinidad.
So here's Rauf in to Chase. Chase looking to go and he misses.
Again, he misses.
Harris Rauf has been absolutely brilliant today in this third and final T20 International. He was on the ground once again and he reminds me so much of Mark Wood. So 2 deliveries to go in the over, 46 to get.
20 deliveries. I think this is starting to get a little bit out of reach here now for these two.
It's approaching that 15-run and over mark, and you don't want it to get there. So he's moving Hassan Ali around a bit squarer to cover. 2 deliveries to go in the over. Chase knows the plan. Let's see how he reacts. He goes deeper in his crease. Hits this one. That is beating the man at short third. And the luck is on the side of the West Indies at the moment. He was diving to his right, was the short third man. Got a hand to it, but still couldn't stop it from going to the boundary for 4.
That's a very, very important boundary there. And that eases the tension a bit. 42 to get off 19. Chase has to go big or go home.
Take nothing away from Harris Ralph. He's just conceded 7 in the over. And just 1 delivery to go now. How is he going to close out? He's bowling quickly. He's bowling on the wide line. Here is Ralph into Chase. Final delivery. Chase waits. It's gone straight up in the air. And they've got to try to get 2 here. But they'll settle for 1. 8 of the over at the end of 17 overs. It's 149 for 3.
Well, at this point in time, Pakistan, I will put them on top at this point in time. Let's see the equation now. All sorts of conferences outside there happening. And the required rate, 13.26, is it? 3 overs to go.
Well, we've seen something interesting here.
41 to
The
get.
West Indies have retired Ruston Chase.
Well,
Ruston Chase has been retired by the West Indies. It's something that we've been seeing happening more and more again. And Darren Sammy is deciding that Ruston Chase is not having a great time out there at the moment. They've sent in the big Barbadian, the man who was the hero of last night, the man who's kept the West Indies in this series, has been sent out to do a job here. The West Indies need 41 runs in 3 overs.
my oh my, how has cricket changed? Imagine that. Chase has been retired out. Big J, all up to him again. If he takes the West Indies to victory here, he's definitely the player of the series.
Well, similarly to last night, Sofian Mukim is going to bowl his first delivery. He's going to bowl Jason Holder's first delivery. Here he is. And Holder looking to muscle this one into the leg side. It crashes into his pads. There's no run. It's difficult, for Holder to come out and just get going. Chase was already out there, and that is what's going to be different. That's what's going to be difficult.
I think they could have probably waited and allowed Chase to face Sofian Mukim.
It's Holder. Looking to go again, and well,
they're celebrating Pakistan. Holder is holding his ground.
but he's going to walk now. I'm not quite sure exactly what just happened,
Well, I think he was bowled, but the stumps didn't light up.
but that's a huge
Yep,
wicket.
he was bowled. The stumps, just this time the current went. There was no lights in the stumps.
Yeah, it cannoned into his leg stump. So Holder, the plan has not worked. Are they going to send Ruston Chase back out?
Well, he has retired out, so they can't
So they
send
can't.
him back.
Okay, well, it's going to be Shepherd, Romario Shepherd, and this could have gone very badly here for the West Indies. I think Chase, obviously being retired out, Holder has faced 2 dots in the over, and he's gotten himself out now. 4 deliveries to go. Romario Shepherd walks out to the middle. The West Indies need 41 of 16.
I think what they should have done is to allow Chase to face Sofian Mukim, and they probably retire him at the end of the over.
Because he was playing the spin as well. He struggled with the faster bowlers, Ruston Chase, but he's played spin excellently. And I think they were a bit too quick.
Well, they're going to try to fix the stumps. The lights has gone.
But it was a good delivery from Mukim. It was fast and through the gates. And Holder had to go. He knew what his role was. He had to go, and he got out. So, in comes Sheppy. And I made a comment to you at the halftime when the West Indies were 90 for 2. And the man to win this game for the West Indies was going to be Romario Shepherd.
Well,
He's off the back foot and punching down to deep cover for a single.
let's see if your prediction comes true. At this point in time, will take quite an effort. 150 is up for the West Indies, so they require further 40 runs if Shepherd tees off. It's not out of the question.
2 overs of peace in that, but this
Run with 15.37.
they need about.
We need a further at least 10 in this over.
There's still 3 deliveries to go. They can get 8 to 10 in these last 3 deliveries. A lot lies on Shafiq Rutherford. He is on 40 of 26. Here he is. Here is Mukim to Rutherford. Rutherford pushing it straight to cover, and they've not opted for the single.
Well, why not?
I think he hit it a bit too well to Aga. And he didn't think the run was on. I don't think he's shielding Shepherd because Shepherd is recognized in this position as a match winner. We've seen him do it time and time again for teams all around the world. Mukim to Rutherford. Rutherford drive straight to the man. No run.
Well, should they retire Rutherford now? and send Gulakesh Moti?
40 of 13.
For the moment they retired Chase, things has just gone downhill for the West Indies.
This time he's gone high in the air, wide of everyone out on that cover boundary, and it's not gone to the ropes. So Rutherford gets 2, and they finish the over with a double. 38 to get in 2. They need probably about a 25 run over here to keep this game alive, but at the moment Pakistan are looking to run away with this.
Yeah, I think Pakistan are well on top to take this series here now, and the West Indies just losing their way in the last over.
A lot of emphasis after this game, if the West Indies do not win, it's going to go on Coach Darren Sammy for retiring Ruston Chase. I think from the moment that happened, the game completely flipped on its head, where the West Indies were seeming to have a chance. Chase had a bad over against Harris Rauf. Take nothing away from that, but you've got to think Chase was playing Mukim so well. But it's Rauf. He is in to bowl the penultimate over. 38 to get from 12. Here is Rauf in to Shepherd. Shepherd drives down to the point. They'll look for 2, and they'll go for it. And they'll get there quite easily. But I think they need a lot more than 2s at the moment. They need 6s. They need 4s. They need wides. Anything they can get to help them. After Harris Rauf has opted to bowl full and wide for these last 2 overs that he's bowled. And it's worked like a charm. Here he is, running away from us at the media center end. Into Shepherd. Shepherd needs a 6. Wide ball signal by umpire Basarat.
Well, it's very wide. Ralph is not happy, but that was very wide. Good decision there by the umpire.
I think it was touch and go. But you've got to remember that a wide is adjudicated if it's out of the batsman's reach and he's not able to make contact. And Shepherd threw the kitchen sink and the fridge at that and could not get any contact.
A big over is what's needed here.
It's Rauf. Into Shepherd. Shepherd drives. This is a low full toss, which is so hard to hit. And it's brought Rutherford back on strike. So 4 runs off the first 2 deliveries in the over. 34 to get from 10 deliveries.
It's not impossible, but I tell you, it's highly improbable.
Now, this is a West Indies team that severely weakened in their batting, especially. A lot of their main batters are out injured. Shimron Hetmeyer, Brandon King, Lewis. Here is Rauf in to Rutherford. And a good delivery from Rauf. Rutherford can't do much more than squeeze out a way to point for 2. And they'll go for a 3rd hit there. No, they can't. Rutherford says no.
32 now.
So they've lost Rutherford. In fact, Hetmeyer. They've lost Brandon King. They've lost Rovman Powell. who's their muscle in the middle. They've lost Evan Lewis, who's injured. A lot of guys out to injury. So they've come in with an inexperienced batting lineup. They've been shuffling and trying to make changes to see what works. And they've still put up a good fight. But here is Ralph into Rutherford. And a dot ball. And I think that's going to be all she wrote. It's going to be very difficult from here for the West Indies.
Ralph has done a good job for Pakistan in this encounter here.
He's not had a great series. The first game, 4 overs for 41, no wickets. But he's coming tonight and he's not put a foot wrong. And I think if they are to win this game, they would have won it in that last over that he bowled to Ruston Chase. It's coming into this over, it was always going to be difficult. 2 deliveries to go. Rutherford needs 6s. That's high in the air. Has it gone all the way? The fielder's underneath it, but he has to watch it sail over his head. Ralph is on the floor, and Rutherford gets to 50. A good innings from Sherfane Rutherford. Not much celebration because he knows there's still a job to be done here. The West Indies need 26 in 7 deliveries. Another 6 here from Rutherford. And you have to say that you can't count them out just yet.
Well, you can't. You know, they're still in the game, as difficult as it may be. If you can get a boundary here, you never know what could happen in that final over.
A 30-20 international 50 for Rutherford. For 32 deliveries. Here's Ralph into Rutherford. And it's full and wide. They're going to have to go for 2 here, but they're going to get 1. So 25 to get in the last over. And you got to clap that. A really good effort from Harris Rao. 4 overs, 1 for 34. But in the context of the game, you've got to see that it was a brilliant spell from the big fast bowler.
Yeah, definitely. And I think he has done so much for Pakistan going on in the position they're in here at the moment. And at this point in time, the last over coming up, it's going to be Hassan Ali with 25 required.
Well, I think if there's one bowler you want to see bowl in this over, if you're a West Indian, it's Hassan Ali. I think they're missing the trick here. Fahim Ashraf has bowled 2 overs for 13. But I think they're going to lean on the experience of Hassan Ali to close this one. 25 to get. Rutherford on strike. That is what's going to go in the West Indies' favour. He needs 6s. He needs at least 4 6s.
Well, if he hits 1 to start with, there could be some excitement.
Well, there was a time that the West Indies needed 25 to win in the last over.
Well, 19 and they got 4 6s.
Full and wide, and he's nailed it. Rutherford is unhappy with umpire Leslie for Jr. But the full and wide ploy working once again in Pakistan's favour. 25 to get from 5.
Well, he's telling him that that ball was just inside the line. Let's have a look at it.
I think it's touch and go. If Sherfane Rutherford wins this one, he'll have to get the next statue built in Guyana. Here is Hassan Ali into Rutherford. Down the leg side. The dream is alive for the West Indies. 24 to get. But good thinking. I like the thinking from Hassan Ali. Because Rutherford's mind is going to be trying to hit the ball straight, trying to hit the ball over cover. Because he's bowling wide. He saw him shuffle across and he attacked the legs.
24 required. Still 5 deliveries to go. You never know.
But at the moment, it's Pakistan's game to lose. Here is Hassan Ali. In the air, straight to the man. And that might just be it. Rutherford goes. The experience of Hassan Ali working there. Rutherford goes to 51. The West Indies are 166 for 5.
I think again, the batting order was the issue here for the West Indies. They just don't have a settled batting order. They're not thinking things through. And removing Chase at that point in time just turned the match on its head.
In comes Gulakesh Moti. 4 6s required. They need 24-4. It's still possible, but Moti needs to hit every ball for 6. But credit to Pakistan. I think where the West Indies would have lost this game once again is the middle overs. I think they allowed too much middle overs to be. It just got by them quickly. Pakistan bowled well.
I think Mukim and Haris Rauf in particular were excellent. Pakistan allowed too many. West Indies allowed too many balls to be eaten up in the middle as well.
Yeah, Mukim's 4 overs, just going for 20, and Moti hits this one down the ground. You'll get 1.
He'll get 4.
And yeah, well, it remains close. A couple of wides, no balls in West Indies' favour, and they've still got. But mathematically, they need 20 in 3.
Moti. All well tonight. 2 overs for 13.
Hassan Ali has been stopped by umpire Leslie for Junior.
So this is a really, really disappointing performance in the end here by the West Indies. And I think that I don't think that they can come back from this position here, to be honest.
Here's Hassan Ali into Moti. Full and wide, nails it, and that's going to be all she wrote. 20 to get in 2 deliveries. And Salman Aga has gotten a series win as skipper for Pakistan.
And the West Indies have, they go back to losing ways again. After 15 international losses, they got a win last night. And when one thought that would have broken the shackles and they would have continued, winning, at least starting to win, it just was not there to happen. It is very disappointing indeed. And I think Coach Darren Sammy will have a lot to answer.
Moti goes over mid-wicket and that's 6 runs.
Yep.
So Moti is not giving up here, but 14 to get in 1 delivery.
Yeah, Moti has done what he could do, and one probably thinks that in Jason Holder's position tonight, probably Moti should have been the man coming in, or
Well,
even
I
in
think
Rustan Chase's position, because Moti could play spin well as well.
I think you look back at the decision to send Holder in there. I mean, he is the man with the hot hand to say,
Yeah, but at that point, 13 runs and over, you retire a batsman, and it just went downhill from there.
Here is Hassan Ali into Moti, final delivery, and Moti just squeezes it down to short third man. There is no run, and that is going to be it. Pakistan have completed the series victory over the West Indies. They win the third and final T20 international by 13 runs. And, you look back at where it went wrong for the West Indies. I think all went wrong in the first innings, where they just bowled badly.
Yeah, they bowled badly. They just didn't turn up today. Although it was a good batting track, the West Indies definitely, the bowlers, the way they operated, left a lot to be desired. I also thought that Moti getting 2 overs for 13, he was not brought back. That I thought was an error on the part of Shea Hope. And I'm not a big fan of Shea Hope as a leader just yet. And I think that a lot of questions needs to be answered as the West Indies lose yet another series. Pulling Rustan Chase out at that point in time, to me, is what changed it in the end. West Indies still had a chance at 13 runs and over. And you brought Jason Holder in to face a spinner, a man of the caliber of Sufyan Mukim, expecting Holder to just hit the ball from ball 1. Whereas you had a man in, and he was there for a while, and a man who's plays spin well in Chase. Why take him out at that point in time? And I think from there, the match just went downhill, and I think Darren Sammy has a lot to answer.
Yeah, 100%. We'll just run through the scorecard quickly as the Pakistanis celebrate a much-needed series victory for them. Joel Andrew started things off well, as he has done throughout the entire series. I think we're going to look back at this series as the awakening of a young star, and that is Joel Andrew. Still a lot to learn. He's 18 years old, but 24 or 15. He got 35 in the first game. He got a 12 yesterday. He has left a lot of people interested and a lot of people hopeful in his career. So he went for 24-15. Alec Athanaze, he came in and played superbly. It was a clinic against spin bowling in T20s. He found a way to throw off spinners. And a man like Mohammad Nawaz, who's bowled brilliantly in this series, he hit him for 33 runs in 3 overs. he fell for 60. Hope, a poor series for the skipper in all regards, really. He's made some questionable decisions. He's not scored runs this time around. And he just got 7. Rutherford finally coming to the party, 51 of 35. Chase. And that is the innings that, as you mentioned, a lot to be desired. 15 of 12, retired out. That's going to be a lot of headlines in the newspaper tomorrow morning. Jason Holder came in and tried to go for everything from ball 1. He got out for duck. Shepard, 4 not out of 3 deliveries. Didn't really get the opportunity to affect the game. And Moti coming into bat when they already lost 10 not out of 4. And the West Indies ended up 176 for 6. The bowlers, Hassan Ali, expensive in this series, but his experience coming to play in that final over. 3 overs, 1 for 38. Nawaz, to me, is probably a runner-up for player of the series. 3 overs, 1 for 33. Rao, 4 overs, 1 for 34. He was brilliant in his execution in the death. Fahim Ashraf, 2 overs, none for 13. Came back well into this game. Ayub, to me, the player of the series, 5 wickets, 2 half centuries, 4 overs, 1 for 38. And Sofian Mukim, who has come into the international stage and looked like he's ready, 4 overs, 1 for 20. Just his 13th T20 international. He's already got 20 wickets at an average of 11 and an economy rate of under 6. He is definitely going to be a man for the future.
Yeah, well, definitely that's the situation here at the Central Broad. The West Indies losing the series 2-1. We want to thank you for joining us for coverage on the Guardian Media's Freedom 106.5 FM and also on the Windies Cricket YouTube channel. We want to urge you to continue supporting the cricket, continue supporting West Indies cricket. Join us again in the week ahead as we start the limited over series down in Trinidad. Bye for now.